Hi, it's stream number 250 and hello A squared. How are you doing today? I am very tired and I don't know why, but I'm hoping it's not cold on the way. So I have this vitamin C stuff I'm drinking just in case. Double high, that's right. Hi. Poggers. All right, so today I want to focus on performance improvement. So I have a target right now, and that is the awful code I wrote yesterday, which is currently sitting at 24% of the CPU time spent on the game versus somewhere between 4 and 5% for the next heaviest system in the game, which is the trigger system. And I think I know why. I think it's because I have a bug in there where every time you move, it completely regenerates all of the sprites, and it really should be using the sprite shift. So sprite shift is completely broken right now. I didn't notice. So I want to fix that. And there's also a lot of copying of JSON structures that's completely unnecessary that I want to get rid of. And that's these two bullet items. That's probably going to be the content for today. Is the chat borked? I don't know. Some of it's showing up. I saw Nui saying hi. Maybe the chat bot. No, the chat bot has nothing to do with it. Maybe the chat overlay is screwed up. No quality options. No, see there you are, A squared. Sorry about the no quality options. Should I stop and start the game? Stop and start the game. That's how tired I am. Stop and start the stream again to try to get stream quality options. I really should do that before I start my spiel. Otherwise, I gotta splice videos together, and it's more work for me to upload to Twitch, which I forgot to do this weekend. I'm kind of behind. Not worth it, you think? Hey there, Slickver. Yeah, there it went. Yeah, there was something up with the chat overlay there, wasn't there? Just showed them all. Oh yeah, look at that. Well, the stuff you were sending earlier wasn't there. Or did it pop there and I didn't see it? Anyway, I am super tired today. And I'm going to see how much I can get through this. Maybe I'll end the stream early so I can take a nap. I don't know. See, one of my kids had a cold, and like I always, when I start to get sick, sometimes I get tired and like hoping this is not a sign of that because I hate getting a cold. Oh, shows stuff in the past? Interesting. Well, we can let Chris know about that. I wonder why it would happen. Maybe he would know. The chat overlay is made by CM Griffin. And next time I'm in his channel, I can mention it to him. Maybe we can send him that clip. Yeah, the dev is CM Griffin. So, performance measurement. So the stuff I was doing yesterday, we completed the lighting system. I can just run that and show you guys. Stage. Oh, crap. It wasn't stage, and I just messed it up. See, this is how tired I am. What does stage do again? It blows away the configuration. Okay, that's not a big deal. I can restore it. I did this last time. See, this is what happens when you're tired. I can go to the staging area and just copy that config back on top of where this one overrode it. This one put it on the stage, right? Yeah. The dot there. Fixed. I fixed it. So it's updater serve is the one I meant to run. Hey there's 715209. How are you doing? I like saying your name one digit at a time. So I'm going to show you what I did yesterday, and I'll show you how poorly it performs, and then we're going to work on improving the performance. So what I did yesterday is I fixed the lighting system when you move lights around. So if I put that side by side with the GM window, and here I'm going to have to refresh. Let me line these up a little bit better. And then we're going to go to that zone where the lighting test is. So if I take this light and start moving it around, So now that works. So when things that are providing light in the game move around, you see the what they illuminate shift around. So the shadows shift, the light shifts. It's all good. The other thing I did was let's say there's a light behind that wall. This wasn't working either. If I blow a hole in the wall, you wouldn't see it light up, and opposite, if I put the wall back, you wouldn't see it disappear. But now it's working. Yeah, but there's a cost. I can show you that cost if I reload this and show you the WebSocket. Every time I move now, you can see that the sizes of these messages. Okay, I need to drag this over so you can see. Actually, it'd be better if I just drag this window over. There we go. See how they're over 4K? It's retransmitting every single tile to draw every time we move one square. It's totally non-ideal. It's also taking a lot of server time. It's reconstructing the entire list of sprites every single time. I had from day one in the design that it should only really transmit the stuff that's showing up new. So if I move one square to the right like that, it should have only transmitted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles, not however many this is. 85, right? So it's sending like over 10 times the amount of sprites that it needs to. So that is causing this over here to show up, where if I put the C++ game systems side by side and compare their performance, the rendering system's now 25% versus almost 5%. So roughly like 5 times as much CPU as I want it to be taking. That times 100 people, yeah, that would just be horrendous. It would be a horrendous mess. So need to optimize this. I think what it comes down to is whenever you move, your character tile is moving, and that means the position that the character was in and is now in are both being marked as dirty positions in the game. And then I had a stupid rule in there where any dirty position near a camera causes the camera to totally refresh. So that's the problem. And I plan to solve that by checking to see if the tile touching a position actually blocks light. And if it doesn't, don't insert it into dirty positions. Characters don't block light, so they shouldn't cause a camera refresh like they do right now. Of course, that would be a problem later if you're carrying a torch. And I haven't figured that one out yet. So I'll leave that for a problem later in the game. What I could probably do, since I'm calculating the character's ambient light anyway, is the ambient light would be combined with your own light emission, and then you'd only cause cameras to refresh if you're near another player at the time. And it's capped at 1 refresh per cycle of the rendering system. So it's not like 100 people moving at once would cause 100 rendering updates. It would just add the same. It would cause the same flag to refresh a camera to be set 100 times and really only checked once. So I don't just want to fix this bug. I also want to improve some of the subroutines I use to make it less expensive when it does have to do the initial sprites feedback, refreshing a camera. So I'm going to work on that too, if I could stay awake, because I'd much rather be sleeping right now, but I got to get some work done. All right, so let's work on this. And as always, if you guys have questions, let me know. If you have no idea what you're looking at, I'm working on this multiplayer RPG. This is the test environment. This is really just a silly little area where it's supposed to be a dark level with lights in it. And that's to test things like what happens when you move a light around, like I was doing before, like this. You move the light behind this barrier, and you can see that there's light behind there, but you can't really, see the light until it moves into view. That kind of thing. I think that's pretty cool. And you can have lights that overlap and then go behind barriers, come out. That's a bug right there, that you can't put a light on a wall. Probably some other day I'll fix that. But yeah, That's what this test area is. This is the game master's view. We can see everything. We can see through walls. Normal players can't see through walls anymore. If you log into the production environment, which is that link, you'll notice that I'm in the wrong window. This one. The actual game does have a similar area, but you can still see through walls, and you can see it's not dark enough, and that's because the code here to make it dark isn't in production yet. I haven't pushed it out yet. And 71529, I hope I'm not sick. One of my kids had a cold, and I'm hoping that they didn't give it to me. Just in case, so I got like my vitamin C here and other multivitamin stuff that we make the kids drink it, so I should be setting a good example by drinking it myself, right? It's one of those airborne tablets. A lot of people think it's disgusting, but I don't mind. Getting like 1,000% vitamin C, fight those germs and all that. Maybe just some positive mental thinking will help too. All right, the code that does that's offending us or causing this bug is the stuff I added yesterday, where it's down here somewhere, right here. So we introduced the concept of a dirty positions. That's positions in the game where something moved or changed, and then it might affect either the casting of light or shadow. And so we're basically looking at all of the positions that have been marked such, and then looking through all the cameras and saying if the camera's bounding box contains that position, then we need to mark the cameras needing to be refreshed. So that refresh, what that causes is down here in update old camera views. If it's marked refresh, or if we change zones, or we move the camera away and it is too far away, we will do this initial sprites feedback. So it basically makes a message that tells the client about everything within view of the camera, which is more expensive, much more expensive than this one, which is just a shift, where you're moving one square to the left, right, up, or down, and it just says, move left one, and here's like maybe 10 sprites that you couldn't see before, but now you can. That kind of thing. Yeah, so it's only on refresh or change in zone. And, or if we're actually, what does it say? Or if our camera the admin flag turned on or off. This actually never happens right now. It's on or off at the beginning and doesn't change. Camera is admin means it's the GM camera. So this is a GM camera. This is not the GM camera. You can see the difference. GM camera, we just don't do any light stuff at all. Non-GM camera, we do. Yeah, so in yeah, so this is the expensive function. We do need to call it once in a while, and in that case, I want to get down into, I think it's one of these, where we do these get entity component types. These actually make a copy of things, and we don't need to make a copy. We're just using it to get information out. So I have it in mind to make an alternative visitor pattern implementation called with component, or with entity component of type, where you pass in a function that gets a constant reference to the component, rather than this making a copy and then you looking at the copy. All right, so that dirty positions thing, I didn't do this initially because I thought it would be too expensive, but it turns out it's way more expensive to just to be constantly refreshing the camera. So we want to get that dirty positions to not have. So we want to avoid doing this if the entity is not blocking light. That's the gist of it. You may have found a bug in a program you're writing. Not sure. Reserving 40 plus gigabytes at an alarming rate before you murdered it is a good thing. Generally not, unless you have, I guess, petabytes to spare. You know, maybe 10 years from now, 40 plus gigabytes won't be a big thing. Yeah, that would probably be a bad thing. Although, technically, reserving a address space is not the problem. It's asking the operating system to page it in. So if you try to read or write that memory, that would be a problem, because the operating system would very quickly run out of physical memory to actually dedicate to back it with. Yeah, that's what it'll do. It's gonna say out of physical memory. Guess you got to go to swap now. That used to be a much bigger thing. You would actually hear your computer start to chug as the disk drive would start to seek constantly. You'd hear it, and we're like, "Uh oh, swap is running. Its swap is being activated. We ran out of RAM." Okay, so I think what I want to do is pass in the actual tile in addition to the position, and we can have alternatives that don't know the tile, then we can look it up like this. And when we have the tile, then we'll look at its tile set, and with the tile set and the tile ID, we can see if the thing blocks light. If it does not block light, we can do an early exit like that. And so only if it was touched by a block that is blocking light would we do this. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? The fans should be at least, but it's, oh, well, I don't know. SSDs are pretty light on the power usage. What kicks the fans in is energy use. So like a lot of active time spent by the CPU or the GPU, right? I think SSDs are pretty light on the power. I think you could even drive. Can't you drive an SSD off of USB power, even when it's writing, or is that only when it's reading? Anyway, getting us distracted. I am tired today, but I'm going to try to work anyway. I also screwed up my hand. I was playing Raft, and some games like Raft, and sometimes WoW too, where you're constantly hitting the W key to move forward. Like, I don't know, I'm getting old, chat, and I start to get joint pain when I'm pressing the W key too much. And I start to think, I should be smarter about this and use the unseemly number of buttons I have on this mouse. I have the same mouse that Adam does, right? So it's got like the thumb array of 12 buttons. And I have it set up for WoW, but I don't have it set up for Raft. So when I have to move forward in Raft, I'm constantly hitting the W key. And my finger was hurting by the end of yesterday. Super fetch that can use disk a lot? Oh, like for caching and indexing? Yeah. Well, there's no auto run in Raft to lose. At least, not that I know of. In World of Warcraft there is, and I do use that. And I have that mapped to one of my thumb buttons. And so, because otherwise I think I would have destroyed my hand by now. with all the repetitive motion. Okay, anyway, let's search for this. And I'm going to go to the header area here. I did a bad thing and didn't document it, but maybe I'll do that today to make up for it. So we're going to have a version of this that gets the tile. And that's going to be the new innermost function, I suppose you call it. So I'm just going to move all this stuff down up into here, and then this will do this. Position, and then get entity of type tile. And so if you call this one, it gets the position and then gets the tile. We could probably have an early out here. If position get type, which is a very inexpensive call, is JSON value type invalid. It means the entity didn't have a position. Then return. And we could probably do the same up here. I don't think I'm going to bother rechecking the position, because I'll assume that if you call this, you've already verified it's valid. Just checking the tile. And we'll always mark that the entity is dirty. So that we need to do even if it does not block light, because this is always also used when something moves or gets added or removed. And we do want to update cameras about that. We just don't want to have to do a refresh, which this causes. So, getting the zone it's in. It has to be not in the default zone. And what else do I need? I need the tile set and the tile ID. Tile set entity is key. And this is from the tile. Key tile set. And then tile ID is key tile ID. And then I've written this elsewhere, so let me just copy it. Right, we look it up in the cache. And then we see that it's valid, and then I'm gonna, actually let's just look for visibility. Here it is. This is the code I want. In fact, I was talking about this yesterday. This ought to be put into a separate function because we call it a lot, right? So up here, right here, paste the roux. So here we would return. That's funny. I thought I saw chat, but there's no new chat. I heard the new chat sound in my head. I'm hearing things, chat. Tile. What's going on here? Oh, this should not be a reference. It is interpreted as an int. See, this is what happens when you're tired. You just write things that are wrong. Visibility. Okay, so here we go. If visibility is 0, return. That should save us a lot of time. Yeah, so Toulouse, I use Yada. And there's something in Yada where you can have it make a little sound when there's new chat. And I had asked Hideo to add that. I don't know if he did it because I asked or if other people asked, but I asked him to do that because before I was using Chatty and it had the same feature, and I needed it because when I first started streaming, because I didn't have the discipline to check the chat window to see if there's new chat, and so the sound would like kind of be like an audio cue to say like you should glance at the chat window and see if there's something new to talk about. There's both. There's like a quieter sound you can enable for any chat, and then if you're tagged, there's a much louder sound, and sometimes I kind of think I wish I could customize it. I don't think he has it set up so you can customize the sound, but I would like to have the loud sound for both sometimes when I'm really bad at looking at chat. Okay, I just realized I'm building in VS Code, which is the debugging environment, and I really want to build here, which we're going to use for performance measurement. So let me go ahead, and I don't need to save that. We're just going to tell it to build also. No noise from the computer from that test, but at around 70 gigabytes, the exhaust from the fan started to heat up. I wouldn't expect that. I would expect just everything to slow down as it starts to swap. And the disk drive to maybe start to consume more power. I mean, maybe you have maybe your disk drive is just taking up more power and the fan kicked on the fan. Oh, a standard disk drive. Well, standard disk drive is going to start to use up more power as it's seeking, right? So that could trigger the fan. Fans are triggered by more heat or more power usage, or more heat, which is caused by more power usage, right? Oh, you thought it was on your SSD. Oh. But it's not? It's on a standard drive? Yeah, I would put, I don't know, where do people put swap these days? Do people even have swap? I usually just buy twice or quadruple the amount of RAM that I ever need. Because RAM is, or at least it was when I built my last couple machines, RAM was cheap. And just avoid the swap thing altogether. I don't know if that's wise, but that's what I did. Okay, this is running. So my procedure for updating the test environment when we're running this new setting is to do updater, and then we have to serve it once until it does this install thing, and then I can run it here. Analyze performance profiler start, And then we let it run for a few seconds so that it's going to time out in the cluster first and then become the leader. That's important because I don't care about seeing the performance for the follower servers. I want to see the leader server's performance. And I make sure that it becomes a leader. It should come up as leader. Server 10 is a leader at some point. Most Linux distros ask you to make a partition. Yeah, I still make a swap partition, but I usually have enough RAM so that the swap is barely ever used. All right. This timeout is too long. I'm falling asleep. Oh, did it already do it? And I missed it? Crap. Where did it do it? Oh, did it up here? I'm waiting for nothing. I am so tired. All right. So it's running, and now let's just run around for a while. Yay, we're running around. Actually, I should be able to see which WebSocket is, how do I see which, do I just close that? Yeah. See which one is still running. This one, right? And we should see that it's no longer doing, yeah, so it's doing sprite shifts again. This is good. So the performance should be back to normal, hopefully. So move around a bunch just to cause some CPU load, and I'll probably want to focus in on this part of the time log, and not the time where I was just sitting there waiting for nothing, because that wouldn't be a fair performance test, would it? We want to see what the performance is like while we're causing it to do this work, where we're just moving around and moving the camera around, right? Most of the time, people playing the game will be moving, and monsters will be moving, but neither monsters nor players will block light. They might have lights, and that's another problem for another day. But the things that would be added, removed, or changed that block light are the most expensive things because they can cause any number of light sources to have to be recalculated. Thank you for that follow, by the way. I think we've tested this enough, so let me stop the servers. That should trigger this to update, and we'll see some datas. Why buy RAM when you can just download more? Download more RAM. And overclock your keyboard and mouse. Anybody remember Jeff K? From somethingawful.com? That was good stuff. All right. So this is when I was sitting around thinking that I was waiting for something. Here's where I actually moving around. So I'm going to focus it on this area here. And then look at the call tree here. All right. 41% spent in the game system, or the coordinator's worker thread, of which, again, okay, 33% in system. Okay, so now it's down. It was 5 to 1 before. Now it's 2.5 to 1. So we have some more work to do. My goal is to get it on par with the other game systems. That's because that's where it was. Although I don't know how close I can get it, because now we do more work in the rendering system. So maybe we should allow it to have more CPU? I don't know. So most of the time it's updating old camera views, and most of the time it's sprite shift feedback, which is good. This ECS feedback is taking the feedback we make here and shipping it. So the shipping costs us a bit, and that's mostly because we're encoding to JSON. So if I were to change the messages between servers from JSON to binary, we would get back, roughly 2.5% CPU. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not that much. So if we could get down the calculate camera lighting and vision and lighting down, that would be the best it looks like. Or the is visible check. Why would it is visible need a whole lot of CPU? Is it just called a lot? It might be that it's just called a lot. And within there, it's looking in maps. So maybe a custom data structure, not a map. Something that would be more efficient. Might help us. I'm looking for obvious things. If I'm like not sure, then I'm just gonna pass for now. I'm looking for obvious things that are wrong. What about in here, Illumin? So 1% on this line, probably because it's a loop. And we're iterating a data structure, right? There's a find. I wonder why doing that is expensive. The absolute value of two numbers and comparing them is a lot. The only thing I can think of is this is inside of a loop, which is, it's actually two levels of loops. So it could just be that we do it a lot. Swap should be on the fastest disk. The problem that I would have putting it on like an SSD is, I don't know if it's realistic, but I always worry that I'll exceed the number of writes that you can do on an SSD and basically have to replace it. So, you know, if you're constantly doing writes and erases of a sector on an SSD, you're gonna be chewing through those cycles, and SSDs have a limited lifespan. I've never actually burned up one, but I always worry that I will. I know. Has anyone else ever worn down an SSD to where you have to actually replace it? Hey there, Pyro Shade. How are you doing? I'm doing boring performance analysis today to try to make this when a player walks through this little lighting test area, make it not take so much CPU. I should just run the thing when I'm not I should just run the thing in the background so I can show people, shouldn't I? Well, I'll let that start up and I'll show you in a second if you haven't seen it. Your SSD would have to write like 200 gigabytes a day for 5 years. So maybe I'm just worrying about it for nothing. You've managed to wear disks on a laptop to the point of unusability. Okay. Radeon's still using his SSD from 2013-14. Still no need to replace it. Huh. Yeah, I bet I'm just worrying needlessly, so it's probably fine to put swap on SSD, right? No map. Yeah, A squared. That's a problem. Not in this function, but I worry about the maintainability of the code in down here. Where was it? Where was the most complex thing? Was it? I can't remember now. It's in a calculate, something that calls calculate light maps. This one. I think I should go back and like clean it. Oh, I hit it because I was, no, maybe not. Where was it? Is it here? I guess it was this code. All these like this find, this. Where was it? Where I was doing a bunch of different finds from different maps. Is it lights by zone? Oh, it was this stuff. Here we go. This stuff was super scary. So I know it was scary to me that it's bad code because I started writing comments, and I never write comments. So this is where we have where can I show that? Where is it? Lights by zone. This is a map of ints to this, which is a map of positions to this, which is a map of ints to that, which is a structure. So it's a map within a map within a map. So that's scary stuff. And probably I should just have a custom data structure for the whole thing. So this code here is like really slow in debug mode. I think because every time you do a find or you do an index or an insert, it does a whole bunch of extra checks when it's built for debug. And for release build, it doesn't. And so the performance goes back to normal when I run it in release mode. It's terribly slow in debug. So of course, if I made my own data structure and I didn't bother doing so much debugging for inserts and finds, I wouldn't have that problem. But then it's a trade-off. How much checking do we want in debug mode versus like how slow are we willing to let it run? Yep, 3 nested maps. Exactly. The lull is well placed. I lull at myself And this is just a bad habit that I have where the design that seemed to make sense to me involved maps of maps of maps. And I just need to, I guess, wrap my brain around it a little bit better and come up with something better than maps of maps of maps. Hey there, Endorn. How are you today? All right. Back to where I was working, right? Oh, I was studying the numbers. And I was also showing how this works. So this system where when we move around, we can see nearby us. We have sort of a light emitted from the camera, but it's a special one that only our player can see. And then these shared lights. So let me demonstrate that. I was doing this earlier, but there are new people, so I might as well do it again. So this is the code I wrote recently. We're trying to improve the performance of that. If I move a light around in the level here, that you can see its effects. You can see the light that it's casting when it's around the corner like that, and that you can put them on top of each other. Like, well, I'll move this guy over. You see better. Like when they can overlap like that. And that does what you expect. So there's a lot of work behind the scenes to calculate the shadows that are cast and whether or not you can see a square, because you can either see it because it's illuminated by a light or because it's near enough to you. And if there's a wall in the way, then you can see half of the wall. If the light is on the wrong side, you can't see the wall. So, for example, if I draw a wall here, and I broke it. Wall's supposed to have visibility 1, so it should have done that, and it didn't. Interesting. Okay, I broke it. It was working earlier today, and I completely broke it. That should not be illuminated anymore. That's what should have happened. It should have gone dark. How did I break it, though? Because it should have looked at that wall thing. It could have been the entity is... Oh, let me think about this. Okay, the change I made was here in... right here, right? That it early returns if visibility is 0. So wall is visibility 1. Can you guys see that? Can you see that? Yeah, visibility 1. So it should not have returned, but I guess I made a mistake here. My guess is that this entity number right here is not the wall, but the thing under the wall, maybe? Thank you for that follow, by the way, whoever that was. Yeah, so it was working before. Here, let me put it back to the way it was. It was just removing. If I just comment this stuff out, right? Then rebuild here. Oh, well, thank you, Legendary. Legendarier? Is that how you say your name? I should wave to you. Hi. Let me know if you have any questions. So, did I tell it to run again? I didn't mean to. I just meant it to build. Okay, yeah. I get the hotkeys a little confused sometimes. So I have to do update and serve. So yeah, if you haven't seen this before, just a minute, Endor. Let me just talk about the different pieces of what's going on here. So the front end to my game is in the browser, so it's in JavaScript. I use Phaser for the graphics, so I don't have to do WebGL myself. Although people have told me it would be fun, so maybe at some point I will do this myself. But I'm using Phaser for now, using React framework for to build the page. But essentially, the front end app just does everything it's told to by the backend, and the way it's told what to do is it connects to the backend through a WebSocket. The connections look like this. Whenever you move your character, you're telling the game, "Hey, I'm holding down the A key. Now I've released that key, and I'm holding down the D key." And the server says, "Okay, well, here are some sprites you need to draw." Right? Draw those on the screen. So it's not going to be efficient right now, but I can demonstrate the effect I'm trying to get running and at good performances. If I draw a wall around here, then it all goes dark. And if I punch the wall away, it lights back up again. So that seems like it's easy to do, but like any kind of programming, it's really not that easy. And 95% of the not easiness is just, because the code isn't written or designed by me very well in the first iteration. And so today is all about trying to go back to the code and write it better, make improvements based off of what we can kind of deduce by looking at the code, and also by looking at tools like this, which show how much CPU time is spent by various pieces of the code, right? So I can actually, with this tool, look and see how much CPU time overall is spent on individual lines of code. Sometimes it's hard to tell if that line of code itself took a long time or whether we just ended up in this function a lot of times. To know the difference between that, you need to do a little bit more sophisticated performance analysis, like what they call instrumentation, where you actually add code or some tool adds code to track different things. But this is just a first pass. Like, basically, this tool samples the program as it's running. Every millisecond, it'll do the equivalent of stop on a breakpoint, see where we are in this call stack, record that somewhere, and then resume. And it does it really fast and efficiently. So it doesn't slow down the program that much, but it's basically sampling. So out of all of the samples, however many of them were on this line right when we when we told the program to stop, right? It happened once. This line, we got to there twice. And you can do the math to see how many samples there are. It's roughly, 500? Because 100 divided by 0.1 or is, x divided by 0.1% would be 2. So what is x? That kind of thing. Anyway, you get the idea. The objective today is to get the rendering system to use approximately, like if I can, to get the same amount of CPU used by the other systems of the game. And as you knock one number down, the other numbers go up because it's all adds up to 100, right? The tool is called Raimu. No, this is Visual Studio. This is built into Visual Studio now. It's not in VS Code, but it's in Visual Studio. It's called the Performance Profiler. So you just go here, you say, I want to track my CPU usage, and start. And it collects the data automatically. Yeah, it used to be that you'd have to get a higher, more expensive version of Visual Studio to get this stuff, but this is now even in the Community Edition, which is what I'm using. And it's okay. Like I said, it's just sampling. I don't even know. I've never used the GPU usage one, and I think I've used the memory usage one, and it's okay as long as you use the standard heaps, right? They have stuff for .NET. I think this is only if you're using C#, .NET languages, that kind of thing. For C++, it's grayed out. I can't even turn it on. More sophisticated tools you'd have to pay for. Maybe in the paid versions of Visual Studio there's more, but yeah, this is what you get with Community. Why is this not applicable? All right, because they're not applicable. Wonder why that shows up even when it's shouldn't that be under not applicable also? That's weird. Anyway, yeah. Right. So I did cut the performance down, but it broke this, right? If I put that code back in, that effect doesn't work anymore. So what I'm doing here is I'm changing. Oh, that's right. I'm changing the tile from a ground to a barrier. So it's when a tile is changed. So that means I need to consider both what the tile was before and after. Yeah, okay. So I could probably verify that that's what it is by, instead of changing it, I can actually add mountains on top of the ground, and that would probably then work. Okay, so let me go verify that. Close all this stuff. Actually, yeah, we can close all this stuff. Close all that. I don't need to keep the numbers anywhere. We're going to uncomment that and then come here and tell it to build again, and we'll try it again. Because Microsoft, yeah. Turns out you're making thousands of bitmaps somehow, A squared? Oof. Yeah, don't make thousands of bitmaps per second. That would be very bad. Endurin asked a while ago, are the sprites it needs to draw just updates, or are those all sprites it needs to render? This was the performance issue earlier, that it's sending all of them. And my plan for today, which I did in this code here, is it, instead of drawing all of them, it early returns and only draws the differences if the thing that caused the update is not a barrier. That's shorthand. So when I'll comment that out, when I run it again, what I expect is, instead of these large 3 to 4 kilobyte messages saying draw everything, it should be shift everything over and only give us the things that are on the edge that become visible, that kind of thing. So that's what I expect when I run this again. Update and serve. And we'll verify that. Oh, Toulouse, you asked earlier, is that update command the thing that copies all the snapshot files you used to do manually? No, it's just updating the staged version of the executable. So I'll type that out. Was it? No, one more directory up. What was it that I ran? Update R. So it's these files don't change. The file that changes is realm server host.exe. So that's really the only part of the script I need right now. But the stuff that handles wiping the snapshots, I don't even, did I make a script for that? Maybe it was sync. Yeah. So this is where the game gets out of sync, and I haven't had to do this in a while because I fixed some of the bugs in the Raft consensus algorithm implementation. But if the 3 game servers ever got out of sync, this puts them back into sync by basically saying, delete any differences since the last snapshot, and copy the snapshot for 10, overwriting 11 and 12. Because, yeah, the game, I don't know if everyone knows this, but the game is running on 3 servers. One is the leader, which is doing all of the game systems, and the other ones are just replicating the state. And they're there just in case if the leader dies, one of these guys can just take over on the fly. And that requires duplication and transmission of all changes between servers. And that was a little buggy before. It would get into situations where these 3 servers snapshots were out of sync, and so this sync script that Toulouse referenced would put them back into sync, but I haven't had to do that. All right, so we're reconnected at this point. So let me debug, and so yeah, now they are sprite shifts, right? You guys can see that. So instead of transmitting all of the sprites over again, we just say here are 8 new sprites, and here are 3 that you should remove. And so it's the messages are much smaller. See, they're 1/10 the size. Before they were 3 to 4,000 bytes. Now they're only 3 to 400 bytes when we move. But there is a problem that if I change these to barriers, it doesn't update correctly, right? But I bet you if I painted at depth 1 on top, it would work. Let me try that again. Nope, it doesn't work. I thought it would, because I'm adding a barrier around. I'll have to reason out why. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Do all servers perform the same calculations? No, just the leader does. The other servers just execute the commands. They don't do any calculations. So all of the camera lighting calculations are only done on the leader server. Jumped into this, thought you understand something? Yeah, sorry. If you're jumping into the middle, it's kind of hard to understand. But if I have commands to explain certain things, if you want to know overall what I'm working on, it's this multiplayer RPG. There's my little wizard guy running around in this test area, and specifically what I'm working on is trying to make some code run using less CPU time, but still do the correct thing, and I broke it somehow. By drawing a barrier around that light, the light's still visible unless I move, right? And even then, the light is going through the wall when it shouldn't. I broke it. Fix it. I wonder, will moving the light still work? Let's see. Okay, moving the light still works. Except for there's a spot there. There's a bunch of spots. Oh, is that why? Are there tiles there? Ah, there shouldn't be tiles there. I thought I removed them. I just removed the light by accident. Let me duplicate the light. There we go. Light is back. Does that mean that if I draw this on top, then it'll... No, that didn't fix it. Yeah, anyway, dragging the light works, right? Yeah, dragging the light works. The light won't disappear unless there's something else, like if I moved two lights on top of them. If there were different sprites, it would only draw one of them because of the layering. Yeah, anyway, okay, we're good. Except for this bug now I gotta figure out. What command prompt tools am I using? I'm using ConEmu. There we go. That's mostly because I was watching another streamer that I watch. You might know this guy, Adam. He was using this for a while. I'm like, this is pretty cool that I can get all my command prompts corralled into the same frame. So before that, I would just have windows spread out everywhere, and I still kind of had that because these are not command windows. Okay, I think this might be caused by this tile being the wrong tile. I need to think about how this is called when we change something. Well, let me look at what the front end does when we paint. This also would show some insight into how this works if you were curious. So there's a middleware called, I think it's admin, where we do, yeah, here it is. No, that's updating a tile set. Where's update tile? Here it is. There's a message sent to the game, and ECS stands for Entity Component System. We're asking the game to modify a component of type tile, and here's its entity number, and the difference is to say that we changed it. Its ID is this, its tile set is that. So that will be handled in the ECS how. Uh-oh, I'm being raided. CM Griffing! CM Griffing! How are you today? I am using the chat overlay made by CM Griffing. You should check out his channel if you haven't seen it before. Oh no! We're being multi-rated! Clark.io is also here. Did you guys do that on purpose? So we're being rated both by CM Griffing and Clark.io. Welcome, streamers. So shout out to Clark.io. I love his stream because he does a lot of a variety of things. He's either coding or he's working on his different projects. Like one time I was in, he was working on fixing a washing machine, and at first I'm like, this might not be that fun, but he was explaining like how it was like the dryer. He was explaining how all the pieces worked, and it's like, this is pretty cool. You should check out his channel as well. Onwards to work, but you enjoyed the stream? Okay, you can lurk. So welcome, friends. So Pirate Shade, you just missed some raids, and they were near simultaneous raids. So I should just not be showing that screen. I should be showing this screen. I'm trying to fix a bug right now and do it in a way that doesn't kill my performance on my game. What I'm doing is working on this multiplayer game. It's a custom engine. It's broken up into a front end and a back end. The front end is in the browser. The back end is on Amazon Web Services. It's a cluster of servers. There's a leader server that is doing all the calculations of the lighting, so that when I do stuff like I take that light and I move it around, it's figuring out what we need to tell the client, like what to draw on the screen and whether or not there are shadows. And, you know, if we put the light around here, we can sort of see the light peeking out around the corner. Stuff that like game players would think, oh, that's easy, but, you know, programmers know it's tough until you get the design right. And I'm like, today I'm working on, I guess you could call it redesign, but sometimes people just call it performance improvement or refactoring. There's lots of words for it, but basically, most programmers never get things right the first time. They get something functional, like this is functional, but it's slow, and I will need to make it faster. So one thing I tried to do to make it faster is I added this section of code here to do a bunch of early returns in the part of the code where when things move or change, that we're recalculating the light. And I'll show you the bug now that we have, is that if I were to change the ground to be mountains, we can actually still see the light when we shouldn't. And then if we move, the light disappears and there's shadow, but the light in there is still able to shine through the wall until I have to actually move the light around. And then it fixes itself, right? So those are bugs, we want to fix them. And there's a opposite bug where if we open up, we still can't see the light until we move, and the light doesn't cast correctly until we move the light again, right? So I believe it's all, the devil's in the details, and so there's a lot of details. I like to think of it as we're looking at the code in a microscope. You're seeing 30 lines out of like 20,000 something lines. So this is not going to make sense unless you've been following along with me for the last month. So this game is almost a year old. And because it's a custom engine that I'm building this on, it's going to take me probably an extra year than it would if I had started with a real game engine. And this kind of code that we're looking at here is engine code. It's not actual game dev. I even removed the game dev tag off of my stream. I did, didn't I? Because I didn't want to give people the false impression I'm actually doing game dev. Because when I'm working on the engine, it's not game dev, it's engine dev. So that's what I'm doing today. How did I learn all this? Here's my background. I just picked up stuff over the years. I've been programming for a long, long time. Initially, when I was really young, it was books because there was no internet. And when the internet came, the internet helped out a lot. And I use that today for every kind of learning. When I was picking the framework to use, you know, and the tools, all of this comes from either the internet or from other developers who are using the internet to communicate. Yeah, so I would say these days, internet. In the past, books. Hey there, Ramy, how are you doing? Wowee. All right. So yeah, my apologies if this code doesn't make sense. We're looking at it in a microscope. You can feel free to ask me any questions, though. I'll try to explain what I'm doing. This code specifically says when we touch a position in the game, we're going to end up deciding, do we need to mark it as dirty? The dirty positions comes into play later in the rendering system, where we iterate through all positions marked dirty, and any that are within the camera's bounding box causes the camera to refresh. Now, refreshing the camera is more expensive than doing a diff when the camera moves. So that's the performance issue I'm trying to solve today, is if we just always mark anything dirty that moves or changes, sure, it looks correct, but we're constantly refreshing the camera when we don't need to. So I'm trying to, let's put a bookmark there, and then a bookmark here. We're trying to add some early returns here so that we don't insert something into the dirty position collection, unless we really need to make sure it updates the camera, which happens around here, right here. I think the problem is that this tile, I was assuming would be this tile I'm picking here and drawing right now, that it would be a mountain tile. But I suspect the problem is that it's actually looking at what the tile used to be, which is ground, and saying, oh, it's not blocking light, so we don't need to add it to the map, and so it doesn't redraw everything. Here, the game companies mostly use C++. For the engines, maybe, because there are compilers basically to build a program and run it everywhere. But I would assume these days it's not limited to C++. You could make game engines out of newer languages. A lot of game engines are kind of old though, right? How long has Unity or Unreal been around? Probably many years, right? Probably predates a lot of languages. So that's one of the biggest reasons why people use C++ actually, is because they've been using it for so long, or they have many things built in it that if they were to switch to a different language, they have to find a whole different stack of libraries, and they don't want to do that. A lot of big companies are stuck using languages just because it would be too costly to change languages. Yeah, the engine that I'm building back into C++, because I'm so used to writing code in C++, if we level the playing field and like I either knew all languages that are applicable to game engines equally, I probably wouldn't pick C++ because it's harder I think it's harder to write C++ than it would be equivalent code in a newer language. Like Jai, there we go. Or is it J? The language that Naysayer, Mr. John Blow is building. Or Rust, there you go. Everyone likes to talk about Rust. But yeah, I am biased towards C++ because I've been using it for many, many, many years. And it's both good and bad. It's easier for me to write it, but then also I have bad habits, like writing code that looks like this, which is bad. You should always aim for code to fit within, like a function should fit within one screen, and you should be able to read it. And I have trouble even reading my own code, so I'm working on trying to get better all the time. Should write a modern game of Fortran? You'd be surprised. That sounds like a challenge to me. I don't know Fortran, so I'm not up to that challenge, though. Go has a... What's GC? Oh, garbage collector? I don't know. I don't know Go. I don't know Go. No Go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna look and see what... Oh, I was in the process of looking at this stuff, right? Modify component, right? I was tracking down, because this is the message that's sent to the game when I do this. Modify component. Every time it changes here, it's my front end sending this message to the back end saying modify a component, and basically this ID is changing from 4 to 8 or back to 4, depending on what I'm selected, right? That's what this is. If I click on a dirt panel and I look at the tile, the ID is 4. I think you guys can see that, right? Its font is a little bit small, but trust me, it's a 4 if it's a dirt, it's an 8 if it's a mountains. So when I paint mountains here, it's just modifying an existing component to change the tile ID. So we're doing that. So that is routed through the game. How? Is this it? This is where okay, here we go. If the actions modify component, okay, if it's not a player, so we can skip that. It's none of these things. Like I said, we don't actually need to do this part of the code. Where is this? Oh, this is in the coordinator. Okay, no, I'm more interested in what happens in the executor. Executor, is this it? Yes. On ECS modify component. So I can give a little bit of explanation about what coordinator and executor are, by the way. I have notes. This is all in my public notebook, so you can get to it with this link. And this one drawing I made a long time ago, system realm server architecture, right? So the entity component system is basically the big database. It has almost everything except for it doesn't have the game's configuration or the player records, but has basically everything else. So all of the information about what to draw where and whether it's a ground or a mountains or whatever is stored in here. The only thing that's allowed to change that is the executor. It executes commands that are put into the game by the coordinator. The coordinator puts commands into the game in response to feedback from the entity component system or due to messages. So in this case of me as the GM going and clicking there, it's sending a message to the game, and I lost what page it was on. But you remember what I was looking at? If I hit back, I could probably find it. Back. Here, let me pin this. This message goes into the coordinator through the WebSocket coordinator says, okay, we need to put an ECS action command into the journaling system. That this is how we replicate the command across servers. Once it gets replicated, the executor says, okay, all 3 servers know about it. We can actually execute it now. And they actually goes and makes this change, which happens here. Modify component. It's going to go through and it's going to be a delta, because that's what this means. Delta. And it's not a player, so we can skip that. It's not an item. It makes the change. It calls set entity component of type. That says if it is, it's not going to be a position, right? It was what? It is a tile. So we can skip that. Tile. On position touched. And it's passing the same entity. Okay, so hold on a minute. This is before it makes the change, right? Yeah, because here's where this is actually the change. It replaces the entry in the component map for that type with the new thing. Actually, where are the changes applied? I don't see them. Oh, it's okay. The delta has already built it. Okay, so that means when on position is touched, it's the old tile that it sees. So it's going to look it up by position and then by tile and then end up here. So it'll be a ground tile. And it'll say, oh, well, ground tiles are actually no. So it should have marked it as dirty. The problem is that it's not for some reason. Unless it's early returning here or here or here. That's weird. So one thing about my stream is that instead of just thinking things in my head, I'm trying to say at least one half of the conversation going on between the different parts of my brain, right? So if I don't make sense, it might be because I'm not speaking my thoughts in complete sentences, but I'm trying to figure out why that that doesn't work and that doesn't work. I would expect one way should have worked and the other one shouldn't if this tile is old. If it's the wrong ID and we either return when we shouldn't or we didn't return. Oh, actually, no, it's when we return when we should not return. Because if we get to here, then it gets inserted into the dirty positions, which causes the camera to refresh. Yeah, so why? If this is old and we just replace ground with a barrier, this will look at it as ground and say, oh, it would return, wouldn't it? So it wouldn't draw. But then when I paint it again from a barrier back to ground, it wouldn't return, and it should have done that. Oh, but then it updates back to ground. Okay, that's why. I got it. As long as I don't argue. I argue with myself all the time, Toulouse. When I argue with myself and I'm not streaming, I don't know if you've ever had this experience, but you'll just sit there and you'll be like, I can't decide whether I should do A or B. And the inability to decide, I always think of that as an internal argument. That one side of you wants A, the other side wants B, and they can't figure it out. Okay, I think I know the problem. Let's see if I can describe it. So, if it's in this state, and I paint a wall around, this code is seeing the tile ID as it was, which is ground. Ground has a visibility of 0, so it will return early. It will not refresh the camera. So the camera did not get refreshed. Now, why does it not, like if I were to let it update and fix it like that, so it's like this. Now, why is it that when I remove the barrier, it doesn't light up? In this case, again, it's old, so it's going to see that the tile was mountains, and mountains do not have a 0 visibility, so we'll insert them. But actually, yeah, it should have drawn it. Why didn't it? I thought I knew the problem. Now I've just convinced myself that I don't know. I hate jumping to conclusions, so rather than saying I think I know what it is, I'm going to make some code changes. I kind of like to reason it out and figure out like what the root cause is before I start making changes to the code. Obviously the camera, okay, there's two problems. Obviously the camera didn't refresh, but when we move, that forces a refresh, right? But when we refresh, we see that the light wasn't cast with the correct tiles around it. And that's fixed by moving the light. So that would be back in the rendering in this down here, right? Where? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's also something up here. Right, this dirty, getting into the dirty tiles in the first place. We didn't actually change, when we move the light that works, but there was some other code that would mark it dirty. Is this it right here? Yeah, here it is. If you move something that's, or change something that's in the light map of a light, it should have caused the light itself to be refreshed. This is where it gets refreshed. Anything marked as dirty has its light map recalculated. Like right after we figure out that it should be. Why wouldn't it though? I'm guessing it's just not getting into that, but I don't know why. Well, there are literally 5 reasons why it wouldn't. It's either it doesn't have a tile. It's not in a numbered zone, so that's out. It's not in the tile set cache. That's not going to happen. Or it's an undefined tile. That won't happen. So yeah, it keeps coming back to it. It's going to have the wrong visibility. Tile ID. Oh, there we go. Do you see the bug? I should give a point to the first person who tells me what the bug is. I had the bug highlighted. What should that be? Come on, audience participation. You guys should be able to figure that out. Come on, you know what I did wrong. I bet you Toulouse would know. Not that's Skizzers. Nope. Oh, come on. Look at that line and that line. Do you see the difference? It's got to be tile. Tile. There we go. Dodge Whale got it. Thank you. And I built in the wrong context. I want to build in this context, so build here. It can't force participation. I can encourage it though. Yeah, so I didn't explain this earlier, but what points can be used for? Basically nothing right now, but as we get more of a game engine in place and I'm starting to develop the game, I wanted to reward viewers who help out somehow. So my idea was that, can I show it here? Yeah, so here's, for an example, here are some example users. And these people are just maybe playing the game and not participating in chat. But let's say Raimu was really good in chat and scored 10 points. So the idea would be that you're playing the game, and it says, you've been helping out a lot. Okay, I don't have it linked now. Shoot, I can't show it. But if you link your in-game account with your Twitch ID, either by logging in through Twitch or by using this mechanism where you type that in chat and such, you will be able to take these points and redeem them in game somehow. Yeah, so for example, A squared has 19 points. Theoretically, not theoretically, my goal would be that at some point A squared would be able to find in game a vendor who says, in exchange for 5 points, you get this awesome sword, right? And then that would be your reward for helping out in chat is you get something in game that no one else could get unless they also helped out in the stream. That's the idea. All right, is this done building? Okay, cool. Then we can restart the server. So Control C and start it again. Yeah, well, Blizzard, I have to actually get a game in place first. So right now the points just are, people are accumulating them and they can't spend them. I guess that's not bad. It's giving people a chance, like maybe a year to accumulate some beginning points, and then as soon as we start giving rewards, they'll be able to redeem them right away. Yeah, I no longer show the list of players in the real game because it was being used by spammers to show bad words in chat, so I stopped doing that. Your character is linked to Twitch account. You currently have 19 points. Does it show it in game too? Oh, you mean like when the bot says that? That shows up in chat? Oh, because the bot is a moderator. Yeah. I probably should turn that off. I probably shouldn't have the bot spam show up in game. Oh, in your profile. Yeah. I just can't show it because in my test environment, I did not have the link up. So, you know, this doesn't work. And if you were to try this right now, it won't work anyway because this bot is not active. This is the test bot. This is the idea: is you get a random code, you copy it and paste it in chat like that. And instead of saying what it did there, it would say, oh, you're now linked, and it would show you how many points you have. Rip links, yeah. Okay. This is up and running, right? So we're in the game here, and what happens now? I draw some walls. It didn't work. But maybe the other direction works. One can only hope. So let me remove the walls now. Nope. It didn't seem to have any effect. Did I? Oh! I know what I did wrong. I hit Control C up arrow, right? But I need to run this updater thing first before I serve. Serve just runs it. Updater actually stages the executables, and I forgot to run that. It's always something. I'm gonna have to take a break in a minute too, or just a few minutes. I'm kind of wanting to get this working though first. Okay, back up and running. So let's paint. Oh, look, it works. It works again. The trick will be to make sure that this is performant. So the key would be to look at this here and make sure that the messages are small. We should be seeing sprite shift feedbacks when we move. Nice. Okay, but the messages will get bigger when I do these changes, though. Yeah, so that's an entire sprite. It has to refresh the camera. So the only way to avoid that would be, I guess, record the difference between what it used to show and what it does now. And really, it only really needs to update 3 tiles, right? Remove 2 and change 1. I would have to do a diff on the server side, though. So it would be, what's more expensive, just refreshing the camera or, well, actually it's two, we're always refreshing the camera. So it comes down to, what's more expensive? Telling the player this 4 kilobyte message, you know, doing all the JSON encoding and all that, or doing a diff to reduce this message down. So the diff takes some time, but maybe we save some time in doing the JSON encoding. Or a third option would be just we go to binary messages and then it's a wash, maybe. Will the lighting map change per person? It could be, because your ambient light could include that square, right? If I stepped there. Now, when I remove that, this square right here and still is visible, right? It's still visible because it's in your ambient light map. But someone else who was like maybe standing there, it wasn't visible. And now it is. I should probably paint that different for illustration purposes. Let's put some lava there. Actually, that won't work because it emits light. How about some water? That water tile, right? If I block it, we can't see it. But if we stand there, that's interesting. No, stand there. Now we can see it, right? Whereas we actually, I should be painting this one out here, shouldn't I? And not that one. No, no, I did it wrong again. Should be there. Right, if I block here, we can still see it because it's within our ambient light, right? But if I'm standing there, now it should be so whether or not that water disappears or not depends on two things, both the change in this light map, but also in our own ambient light and how close we are. So if someone is standing to my left, they would need to get a different message. They would get a message saying that they still see the water, even though we can't see it anymore. I hope that I didn't overdo it with that explanation, but hopefully that makes sense. Does that make it tougher to determine the difference? Well, the difference would have to be per camera then, because each camera has a slightly different view because they illuminate different squares with their ambient light. Now, if no one had ambient light, then everyone's light maps would be the same, and then I could maybe optimize it a little bit. All clear, yeah. Let's remove the water. So yeah, it's made there are many complication factors. Every player has a different field of ambient vision. Every player is maybe standing in different spots. So if you stand, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. If you stand out here, well, that's not a good example. Where's a good place to stand to illustrate? I guess on the other side here. If you stand here, you can't see this water, right? And it doesn't matter if you turn the light on or off, or you block. If I block there, you still can't see the water. But if I was standing here, you could see the water unless you're outside of the ambient light vision. You see, there's many different combinations of whether or not you see the water, right? If I now take the barrier off, you can see the water again, right? Because that thing lights it. Also, the fact that you can see this wall at all. If I move far enough away, you can't see the wall, even though half of it is lit because we're on the wrong side. Right now, we can see the wall because we're next to it. We can still see the wall way out here because it's lit on the correct side. So it's like what side you're on versus where the light is, and that's why in the design was pretty complicated doing the, where is it? I had a little artwork. I thought it was on this page. Yeah, here we go. I had to divide the tiles into quadrants because these walls are only lit on one side, so whether or not you can see it, it's not just that it's lit, is it lit on the side that you can see. So it's the union, or it's the intersection of the actual light and then your vision, which is sort of like a light. And if they do not intersect, then you can't see it. And you can only see it if they intersect, because it might be lit, but you might be unable to see it because of some other barrier. It gets really complicated. That's why the code is as complicated as it is. And I didn't just figure this out like this month. This is not the first iteration of this game. I've been trying to make this game for years. It's just this year that I started streaming it and doing it multiplayer. Before this, it was always single player, but I had the same problem where like I wanted to have, lights appear or disappear depending on if they're blocked or not. That was in the original Ultima games that are the inspiration for my game. And it seems easy to do this kind of thing. It's horribly complicated in reality because of all the different variables going on. What can be blocking what, right? Should be light by ambient. Why is that tile shadow? Which one? I have it set so that you can only see one tile away, right? So that's illustrated by me walking way out here. So we can only see one tile away. It gets tricky when you're like, when there's something in your way and the ambient light is more than one square, then you can't, like if it was two, you can't see two away if there's something blocking you. And also when they intersect, sometimes it's a little tricky. Anyway, We should run the performance analysis on this, shouldn't we? So that's stop this, and then in here, analyze, performance profiler, close output window, start, close output window again. Don't know why I insist on running. That starts up server 10, and we give it enough of a head start so that when I run this, it only launches 11 and 12, connects to 10 because it's already running. Because 10 had a head start, it will time out first and become the leader there. Server 10 is not a leader because I want to pre-profiling the leader, right? Okay, and now I'm just going to have it wander around. I want to make sure that if lights aren't moving and barriers aren't showing up, that it doesn't cause a performance hit. I'm okay with the slight performance hit when lights move and barriers pop up and disappear because that won't happen very often. It's the aggregate that I really care about, right? That we're not constantly using CPU when we don't need to. That's probably enough, right? So I'm going to stop the server. And this automatically knows that it stopped, and so it then crunches the numbers, and we get our numbers. And just to be fair, I won't count the startup time. I'm going to take this time where we're reasonably sure I was wandering around in the game, right? And then do view in call tree, and then we can see where all of the time is going. So this is coordinator. The top two are the coordinator and executor's worker threads. The executor's worker thread spends most of its time creating snapshots of the game, and that's because I have it fairly frequently doing it, like every 10 seconds or something. And that's okay, because in the production environment, it's not going to be so frequent, so this number will be a lot lower. So, and what's number 3, actually? Network connection stuff, which I don't think I can... The only way I would reduce this is by making the network messages smaller or less frequent. Top one... Right, so the game systems take the majority of the time of the coordinator's worker thread. The bot itself does spend a little bit of time, and there's some time within the worker itself. I think that's mostly dealing with where is it? This the overhead of looking stuff up. Actually, why is it 2.66% on this line? Oh, this is the Lua scripts. So it's spending 2.6% on Lua scripts. And I wonder why it's broken up like that. I would expect most of the time it would be here. This line itself shouldn't be a problem. I wonder if it's just the sum of these two is the real number. Anyway, this ends up going into the various systems, right? So the various systems are, in C++, are the rendering, movement, trigger, NPC movement, tile set. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the NPC movement because there are NPCs, they're just not in the same zone. Trigger system, yeah, it's this get entity component. These ones I want to work on reducing their CPU usage. I'm going to do that in a bit. Why is movement system used a lot? Right, this is because we're using JSON. So going to binary would remove that. So you can see there's just a lot of little, like, not low-hanging fruit, but more like if I was really aggressive, I'd be working on each of these, and each time I would reduce one of these, I get like 2% CPU back. So it'd be a lot of work for a little reward. I kind of, when I do this, in the first few passes, I'd say, look for the biggest thing that I could reduce, and if I can, I do it, and that's like, gives us the best bang for our buck. So rendering system, update old camera views, shift feedback, calculating the lighting. So when it breaks it down to the bottom, we get down to like very low percentage numbers. So really the only way to make this reduce is to just avoid calculating it entirely. So I just need to make sure that it's only calculating it when it really needs to. Another option would be it would just lag a little bit, that you wouldn't update your camera every time you move, but only like every second or something. So every 4 movements, it would change the lighting. That might look weird to the player, though. So the original performance issue was that it wasn't doing sprite shift feedback at all. It was doing the initial sprite feedback all the time. So if I widen the view, we'll see that. In the rendering system update, yeah, initial sprites feedback. So that's way down now because we only do it once. Yeah. Okay. So I think I think I'm okay for now with this rendering system. Even though it's still the dominant system, it's not too terrible. I think I want to squeeze out more time with reducing this get entity component of type. The problem with these is that they end up calling this JSON constructor. And you can see it's more than 50% of the time it's just making a copy of a JSON value for no reason, because we don't need to make a copy. We can just provide access to the one that's in place. And that's going to be the next attempt on my list of things to improve on for today. Down here. Use with components of type. You add a with entity component type, basically a copyless version of those. So it's using the visitor pattern. Hey there, said who? I'm okay, although I need to take a quick break. I hope you're doing well. I was working on reducing the performance of some code I wrote yesterday, or the day before. So it was pretty bad. It was 24% versus 4.5%, and now it's 5 versus 3. So it's still more, but it's not 4 to 5 times more. So I'm okay with that for now. So let me take a quick break, and then when I get back, I'm going to talk about the visitor pattern and how I'm going to turn this get components of type into, actually it's this one, to be using the visitor pattern. How do I show that? Let me show it in this other window here. Get entity component of type. And then go to its implementation, and then here. So this is returning a copy, right? Instead of finding it in the map and returning a copy, what I'm going to do is we still find it in the map, but instead of returning a copy, we would call a function and give a reference to that. Instead of making a copy, we would just call a function that gets to look at that. And avoiding that copy, it should eliminate this half of this what this function takes up. Where do I show that? This constructor call using 0.6 out of 1%. That's what I'm going to get to when I get back. So I will be right back. I just need to take a quick break. Getting a copy is good, yeah. No. Getting a reference and not copying is better than making a copy. That's the goal right now. I'll be right back though. All right, I'm back. That's okay, said who. I'm tired today. I'm making lots of mistakes. People make mistakes all the time. But we're allowed to fix our mistakes. We say the wrong word, we say, oh, confused. Use the different word. All right. The more expensive of these two that I want to work on is this get components of type. So let me show you. I already have that function. I'm just not using it in all the right places. So here's the old method. You want to get all the places in the game. You would call this, and it would make a huge copy here, basically returning a copy of everything of that type. So all players or all NPCs or all tiles in the game would just return them all. That's silly. So what I ended up making is this alternative called with components of type. So my convention is you have a visitor, which is a function. I call it, use the word with. That's my convention. The pattern I didn't invent, of course. This is, you can look this up, the visitor pattern. The pattern is that given a data structure and criteria and a function, you go through your data structure, and everything that matches the criteria, you pass all the matches to the function. So this is saying, like, with all the components where the type is this type, call this function and give it the component. So it basically says, okay, find that type in our store, and then for everything of that type, call the visitor, pass in the match. So the advantage of this is because we can use a reference. We're not making a copy. We're just allowing the visitor to visit. The visitor can make its own copy if it wants, but it doesn't have to. So we avoid the expense of having to copy the entire component system. NP hard, I hate those kinds of problems. The bitmap thing was an issue with running recursively. Ooh, yeah. What is the code actually on the please stand by scene? Oh, that code? That's computing the transformation matrix for a 3D rendering system for when you have the camera looking in a certain direction. I like the code, the fact that it's building a matrix and it just looks pretty. But I just needed some, like for the background theme. I just thought, oh, I'll just take a bit of code that looks kind of cool and give it a little artistic turn. That's what I have. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? And I think I have a copy of that code somewhere. Where would it be, though? It wouldn't be in this project, though, because I'm not doing any 3D stuff. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Cthulhu and Rally Monkey, you're again arriving at the same time. I almost think that you're related to each other. Hey there, Romania hate. You too? Oh, a lot of new people popping in. Yeah, so this is the expensive function. This is the cheaper replacement, and you can see the only difference is that the cheaper one is given a function that we call and pass a reference, rather than the expensive one which says, oh, this entire thing, just make a copy of it. Let them do whatever they want with the copy, right? Hey there, J. Rouse. Someone tried to break into your car? Oh, no. Oh, they broke your lock? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Copy is safer, but it's way expensive. So I'm looking at the performance numbers. Like, for example, in the trigger system, it calls get entity component of type. And almost half of the time there is just making a copy of the return value, right? Now, you could say that, well, it's only 1% of my CPU, so I'm only going to, like, have a savings of 0.67%, but that stuff adds up if it's done everywhere, and that's my problem, is I'm using this function in a lot of places I don't need to. I really only need to use the get variety if I really do need a copy. The triggering system does not need a copy, though, so I believe I can reduce this quite a bit by using an alternative. In fact, let's just make that our trial. So right now, trigger system uses that percentage versus that, right? About, what is that? Maths. I'm not very good at maths, so we'll use the calculator. 2.95 divided by 5.20. So it uses about 0.567 of the rendering system. Let's keep that number around, and I'll make our change and see what the change looks like. The change we'll just do this. It's a refactoring step, so I don't need to mess with any unit tests. I'm just going to go into the trigger system and have it use an alternative function that we're going to invent. Get entity component of type. It only calls it once, right? No, it calls it 3 times. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It calls it 8 times, okay. I could have picked an easier one, but oh well. Let's just start with this one, okay? So this says that, is this a step? This is saying that for every step trigger in the game, get the position of the step and continue if it has a position. I think, where is the first point it returns? Probably. I think if nothing is standing on the trigger, this loop just falls through and nothing happens. So most of the time, yeah, most of the time, this is the only one that's going to be called. So we're going to the most bang for our buck by optimizing that. So it would be, we really just need to use it. We need to get, yeah, I only use it to get these 3 things out of it, right? The X, the Y, and the zone. So how to change this? I think that what I would do is say int X and Y and zone, Z. And then I need to know also this information, so whether it's a default zone. And then let's spell that out so it's not confused as a Z coordinate, right? Or Z coordinate. So instead of doing this, let's keep the old code around. I'll write the new code of, let's give us some space. Here's the new code. It's going to be with entity component of type that. And this is the complicated part. We need to make a function object that is going to be given. Where is it? It's going to be given the entity in the component. Where is that? How come I'm not seeing it? Am I in the wrong file? There it is. Entity and component, right? We're going to want to do this part of it right here. And instead of const auto, it's going to actually update them. That means our capture will have to get a reference to X and Y, right? And this is pause. And then Z is this, a little bit of this code goes here. So that's default zone equals that it doesn't have that. And then capture that. And then this is component. And then if not default zone, then zone equals that part of it. So capture zone, right? And then, oh, I forgot to do this part. So we should have a bool for that too. Has position. And yeah, capture that as well. And then this goes into that. If component type, actually, you know what I could do is I can have it not call it if it's invalid. That would be an even better approach. So that basically this would be false, and here we would just set it to true. I like that better. So then this becomes if not has position. Continue. And we don't need to do that. And this becomes default zone. If so, then it's, I'm subtly inverting that but that's just because I don't like to have the name be not in it. And then this is zone. So that's essentially, so it looks more complicated, but hopefully the trade-off is that we, this is called enough times that whereas this would have made a copy, this one just looks at this by reference and doesn't need to make a copy. And we'll see how, this is sort of a test to see how much how much of a gain do I get. Did I say your name right? Jay Rouse? See, now I'm not going to say it right because I'm thinking about it. Turns out you're abstracting the problem too much. You just needed to pack identical known size squares. Working with some texture stuff for oxygen not included. Right, for the plugin that you're making. D. To narrow down some variable scope like default zone. Oh, does it really matter? It's just going to save me a stack location, right? You're saying I can like put that in an inner scope like this, right? I kind of avoid doing this kind of a thing just because it makes it harder to read and understand unless there's a clear performance benefit. And we could measure the numbers both with and without that extra scope, right? And I did that wrong. I understand that this needs to go, it would be like this, right? That's what you're saying? Limit the scope to just what it needs. I kind of, you know, there's the rule of thumb that you should do that, so to limit the scope, but there's a cost here, and this is the cost, which is that you have this extra syntax making it a little bit tougher to read. So my argument would be, it's not worth it unless I get a clear performance benefit, because, well, no. My argument would be, consider the performance improvement of doing this versus the readability cost. And that's a qualitative or subjective comparison. And I could run the numbers. I suspect that this is insignificant performance-wise. Whereas visually this would disrupt me from reading the code enough to not make the insignificant performance improvement worth it. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Just getting into programming and we're just beginning projects with C++. That's nice. I guess C++ is still used to teach programming in some places, right? Or, you know, Java, which is sort of like the C++'s estranged twin. Rule of thumb in the 18th century was legal. Should have been called a rule of wrist. Hey there, Webby. Or don't pay. Sorry, I forget which part of your name we're supposed to say. It's don't pay, right? Hey there, don't pay. I think C++ is a big language used in game dev courses. I suppose. I would hope that modern classes would be using a modern language, though. I shouldn't say that, since I'm writing in C++. I should be saying C++ is the best language. No, I know it's not the best. It's just the language that I'm most used to. Okay, so this would only work if I actually had a function named that. So let's make it so. I want to put it near the one it's replacing, sort of like right here. Oh, thank you for that follow. Hey there, 85 Filter. How are you doing? D-Lang. I had a close friend of mine who was getting into D, and he doesn't do a lot of technical work anymore, but when he did, he was really saying a lot of good things about it. I never had the time to look at it, though. This needs to say void, doesn't it? And then we need to have a function, a visitor. Do I want to follow the same convention? To put the visitor function first? I actually don't. I would rather put it last. I think it reads better that way. Thank you for that follow. So that's our function. I'm not going to bother documenting it yet. I'm just going to write it here. It goes below. It's what it's replacing, right? And then that goes there, and there's there. So it's kind of like what we're seeing above here. We just need to call the visitor instead of returning a copy. That needs a colon. So we still need the lock, and Um, this is the actual guts of it. So go back and replace it. And put impl in front. And here we can just do an early return here if we can't find it. Otherwise, again, look in there and return early if we can't find it. And then here we would just call the visitor. Visitor component entry first and second. There we go. Done. Do I need to learn Rust? Yeah, I think I've had enough people now say, you should look at Rust. Have you heard of the joke that Homemade Hero made it about Rust, though? Sort of, I don't know what the right way of saying it is, but he was sort of like jokingly saying Rust isn't as good as what was it? Zinc oxide. Zinc oxide is better than Rust as a language. He basically invented his own language in his mind just to make fun of Rust. Okay, what did I do? I broke this somehow. I broke it. What did I do wrong? I'm missing some syntax somewhere. Okay, no, that's not broken. What is? Trigger.cpp line 94 is broken. Because why? Oh, because it's not returning a pause. It's just calling it. Right. But nothing else used pause, so we're good, right? I hope so. Our grandkids are gonna love it when it's finally stable. Is it that unstable? I used to think that Python was a stable language. I had a mentor who was like, the one good thing about Python is that they designed it well from the start and they don't really change it. And then they changed it for Python 3. So there you go. Rest is pretty all right. Pretty all right or pretty all right? Oh, it's just a meme. I see. See, I don't get the meme because I don't know Rust. I should just get familiar with Rust. Where would I look if I needed a code review and didn't have any coding friends? I would try the Discord channel of one of your favorite streamers. Hint, hint, hint. Yeah, there's no harm in dropping a link to what is it? A code sandbox if someone wants to look at it. Either mine or in CM Griffings or in Adams or something like that. Just be prepared for no one having the time to look at it. That's the problem. That seems to be the problem with code reviews in general, is that it's actual work for someone else to look at it, and a lot of people, it's hard to justify doing work for free. But if it's something that someone else is interested in, then they might look at it, And it doesn't, if you already have it in a code sandbox, it's not that expensive to just pop a link into Discord and see what you get. Okay, this built, right? What am I doing? I should just run the thing and see it. Okay, so to run the thing, it's a two-step process. Update and serve just to get it installed, and then run it here. So we're closing all these sessions. I already have the number in the calculator. That's the ratio we're trying to beat. Trigger system versus rendering system. Hey there, Genos3. You like seeing C++? That's good. We're doing some C++ here, although it's not the best looking code. Where was the code that I was just modifying? How come I'm not seeing it? It's because I was scrolling around. I'm not seeing it. With... Here it is. No, that's not it. Here it is. This is the code that I just wrote. This is a visitor pattern alternative to that. So if you're into visitor, design patterns in C and C++, this might be kind of cool. Although this is really an that plus that line. So it's kind of hard to put into comparison. I guess I could temporarily just do this so that you can visually compare them. And then I have to put impl in front. So this is essentially the same as this, only instead of returning something, we're calling a visitor. The point of this is that this return would actually construct a copy, and if this thing was a very large component, that could be expensive. This is calling a function and giving a constant reference to one in place. So I'm betting on the fact that this will run faster because we're not needing to make a copy, because I'm only needing to have access to that component in place. So that's what we're testing right now. And did I run the thing? No, I just built it. So it's still building. I gotta wait for it to finish building. Did I see a var equals string? Something like that in the code? Maybe, because I haven't optimized everything in the project yet. Probably we're looking at this right here. So I haven't optimized away a lot of the messaging yet, just to make it easier to debug and diagnose during development. I'm using loose typing, even though it's C and C++. So please don't get mad. I know C and C++ strongly typed language. You can still do loose typing, and this is one form of it, where you hold on to things by strings and you do string comparisons. You probably get slapped if you did this in a final product, but when we're first iterating to make sure to get the design up and running, this is perfectly fine. And if this is only done occasionally, even in production, it would still be fine, because if it's easier to read and is not a performance hit, then why worry? Does it really work? Sure, it works. This is a C++ string, standard string, and standard string has an equality operator. It looks like this, left equal right. So it works because we're using the C++ string class, where the equal actually does a character by character comparison. It's hard to see in the template implementation, but it's not like the C string where we're comparing pointers. We're actually comparing character by character when we do that in C++. But yeah, a lot of people don't like the fact that we're doing string comparisons in at all, because it's less efficient than if we used an enum, right? Oh yeah. So modern C++ has, through their standard library, that's what the standard : means, a lot of different types that are similar to what you'd see in modern languages like JavaScript or C#, where it actually does a character by character comparison of strings and not just looks at them by pointer. Yeah. Yeah, so this is like the equals. In fact, there it is right there. Left equal right. Okay. This built, right? Okay, so now do this again, where I update and serve just to run it here. Analyze performance profiler start, and then we can close the output window. Let it get a little bit of a head start, and then run the rest of the cluster. Serve again. And then once that pops up, we'll be logged in, and I'll get to run around and see if that improved our performance at all. I'm just going to run around in the game a bit in our little test world here. You can kind of see the latest system changes I made, where we can't see things around through barriers anymore. And if there are lights in the area, it lights up areas that we wouldn't normally be able to see because they're too far. You can envision this as being a dark dungeon area, and you can see a little bit around you, but really you can't see much else unless there's a light nearby. And what we're comparing right now is the rendering system, which is doing this, and the code I updated, which is the trigger system, which does things like when I step there, boom, we just teleported somewhere else. Boom, we teleported back. The trigger system is handling that stuff. That's probably enough data, so I'm going to hit stop and then get some numbers out of this. Maybe we should have a day where you learn new stuff. You mean like a Rust day? I don't know, I'll think about it. I'm more anxious about that kind of thing. It's a little bit outside my comfort zone. So a fair comparison would be like all of that, right? And then I'm excluding the startup cost stuff because that's a different part of code. I don't want to get confused. Scientists try to reduce the number of variables they study at once. That's what I'm doing. Okay, within the systems. Wait a minute, was I comparing these two and not these two? Might need to run those numbers again. Anyway, triggering system. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Okay, cool. So most of the time is actually spent in what we want it to do, not the making the JSON copy. Yeah, now I regret not keeping the last window. I think I need to go back and measure it again. Let me keep this window. Actually, I'm just going to grab a snapshot of the window. And I'll just undo the change and test again. Just to get more numbers. Where's my notebook? Here it is. So there's, it doesn't need to be ridiculously large like that. Reduce the size. There we go. So let me undo the change in. Oh, wait a minute. I had the code already ready, right? So I can just uncomment the old code. Why am I not seeing it? Here it is. It's at the bottom. Right. So it's this is the new code. This is the old code. Right? So build again. C doesn't allow you to right shift a float. No. Right shifting a float doesn't make sense. Because right shift is an operation where you are taking one string of bits and shifting them. But the problem is a floating point is actually two different fields of bits plus a third bit called a sign. It's a sign, mantissa, and exponent. So I think the closest literal equivalent would be if you did two shifts. You shift the exponent and then you shifted the mantissa. And does that really make sense? I don't know. Unless by right shifting you mean just dividing by 2. And then I just say divide by 2 or divide by 2 to the power of the number of bits. That would be your mathematical equivalent. But yeah, literally right shift usually gets compiled down to a single instruction to the processor to take a string of bits and just rotate them around in the register. And that doesn't make sense for float because a float is not a single string of bits. It's two strings, mantissa and exponent. Yeah, so you're going to get that error because it doesn't make sense. A float is really think of a float. You should always think of a float as 3 things. So imagine that float is this, and really it's bool sign, int exponent, int mantissa. So what does it mean to right shift that? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. The two closest would be right shift these two, leave that alone maybe. That's number 1. And then number 2 would be, if you think of right shift as mathematical, then it's just divide. You would just take this exponent and, well, you'd have to convert that to, actually it already is base 2. So I guess it would be just adding or subtracting from this exponent, right? I don't know. I'm not the best at math. So either way, you'd have, it's not just a single instruction to the processor to take one string of bits and rotate them. So that's why the languages don't call it a valid operation. Yeah, so I'm not saying that you couldn't define it, but it's just that it's not defined by the standard because it's more complicated than you might think. It's actually, a float is really a structure of 3 things in it, not just a single string of bits. Yeah, okay. This built, right? So procedure is update stage until it installs, then start analyzing, And it gets a head start, so we serve again. Hopefully it becomes the leader again. And we walk around some more to collect data, and we look at the numbers again. All right, walk around. I don't need this window. Let's walk around a little bit. Let's investigate. What's in this area? I have this little shape over here that said who might recognize. There's an S. See? There's an S. And then there's a W. Said who, I wonder what that stands for. G. SW. What do you think? Said who? Anyway. We probably collected enough data, right? So I can hit Control C. Look at the numbers. Yeah, I drew that when you were in stream like a while back, and that's the said who area of the test level there. Okay, now same kind of fair comparison. This region, view call tree. Don't need so much real estate for that. Looking at invoke systems. Okay, here we go. Gosh, those numbers look almost exactly the same. Maybe it didn't really affect it at all. Should put it side by side. So how much of the window did I... Okay, I grabbed that much. So grab that much again. With that highlighted. Okay, I can do this. So that. And then resize this guy. Okay. I don't think it was significant. That's a bummer. I was hoping for at least some kind of difference. Oh, I still have the other window here. I could be using that one. Right? So this is before and this is after. Within that one, the difference, there is a difference. Before it was get any component type was a little bit more time than get components of type. Now get components of type dominates, and that reduced. And overall, it went down a very small amount. I'm going to say it's better, but it's being overshadowed by this other guy. So I think that's the next thing, is to attack that. In fact, I'm going to keep these sessions here in this order. That's version 1, version 2, and then version 3 will be we remove this, we replace this one. So let's mark this one V2, V1. We keep V2 and we're going to add more to it. It's get components of type that we need to find in this function. Oh, it's right there. That's the only one. All right, cool. So the equivalent of that would be components with components of type. And this variation wanted me to put the function first, right? And then the type. Do I want to duplicate the whole damn thing? Or just modify it in place? I'll modify the whole damn thing. How much do I need? Down to 2 indentation levels, so this much. So comment that all out, and this is V3. And it's components with components of type, and then there's a function, and then trigger is at the end. So the function is given what? Oh, right. It's given that. Okay. Comma, trigger. And let's see. Right, so if I'm really careful with these names, I can just say that is called trigger entity and that is called trigger. and then these 3 lines get removed, and then the bulk of this code goes into the function object, right? Like that, and then gets indented 1 level. And then I just need to worry about what I need to capture. So I need to capture components. What else? Can I capture components? Yes. What else? Continue becomes a return. And I need that. Actually, that's available through this, isn't it? So this. It's safe to capture this with a visitor pattern because the function, it will not be called after the visitor, the visiting, or the thing that's calling the visitor returns. So that's safe. You have to be careful though. Beware capturing this in a function object. If the lifetime of the function object exceeds the scope of this, you could get into real trouble. Yeah, all of those continues become returns. No, this continue does. Turns into a return. Those, yeah, all of these continues that are marked become returns. Yep. Cool. So functionally, it should be the same, only using the visitor pattern and not copying the triggers, but just looking at them in place. And I might as well just clean this up. V3 incorporates V2, right? So we can just remove all this. So the cost is that it's uglier. We're calling a function and passing a function object to a function, which in C++ looks rather disgusting. And then if you haven't seen function objects like lambda expressions in C++, it's really just an anonymous function that has this capture list, which is the magic. It turns it into a temporary object of a hidden class where these are the private variables of the class, or private member variables of the class. And the class has a single method, which is like operator parentheses, and that's what is called when you call the function object. So if you knew compilers, or you knew to look at the debug log of a compiler, you'd see it's basically just creating an anonymous object when you do that. And when you call it, it's like you're calling operator parentheses of some anonymous object. And these are the member variables. Don't think this is equivalent? The outer loop is pushed into this function here, right here. There's the outer loop. So where this used to call continue, now it has to call return, and the return is just basic, since it's the body of the loop is just the function call. The return from this function is just basically the same as a continue. Yeah. See again, there's more complication coming from the fact that we're split the logic up into the visitor and then the thing that takes the visitor, right? But we're hoping for the removal of the copy being the gain. And the reason why we don't just return a reference, I should have said that from the beginning. The reason why we don't return this as a reference like that is because we're getting this mutex. That's the only real reason. There are other threads that are accessing the ECS. And if we return a reference to something which is not guarded by a mutex, we've just broken the basic rule of multi-threading and sharing data structures. Is if they share data, their access has to be atomic. So and then there's a side effect there, right? Now that we're this was only holding the lock long enough to make a copy of the components. Now we're holding the lock while we're visiting. So this trigger, the body here, is going to have the component system's lock. So because we're re-entering the component system, that means that this lock has to be recursive, which I made sure of before. It's a recursive. We could optimize it further. So if we know we're already holding the lock, this could be a special version of that, which doesn't even try to get the lock because we already have it. You know, there's another step of optimization we could do. With the cost of it, we'd have to have another function, like with entity component of type, don't need to get the lock, right? Keys, locks. My mentor would be right now screaming at me saying, why are you still using mutex? Why haven't you moved to job queues? And I'd be like, well, I'm just not good enough. Let's build. Actually, I need to cancel because I didn't hit just the build key, I hit the run key. Just build, please, which is Control-Shift-B. Yep, I knew I was going to be tired today. It feels like I've been streaming 4 hours, but it's only been 2 hours. All right. Update, serve to get it installed, then start performance profiler, close output window, wait until the game starts, and then move around. What are job queues? So the idea is that instead of having multiple threads that are accessing the same data, you would have one thread that accesses, that's the only thing that's allowed to access the data, and everything else that needs to access the data, other threads or whatnot, could only do so by posting a job to a queue. The job would be like, here's a function that I need you to call with the, oh, I forgot to run this. Every job in the queue would be like a function that you say, I need to do this with your data. And then the only one thread would do that. So because you only have one thread accessing the data, you don't need locks anymore. You only need to protect access to the queue, and there are nice things called lockless queues that you can use to insert and remove from a queue without needing a mutex. So you can totally do away with all of the overhead of mutual exclusion elements, mutexes, and that kind of thing. As long as you're okay with encapsulating all of the logic into job function objects that you put into a queue and then you have to wait for them. The equivalent thing would be futures in, or promises, right? In JavaScript, where the JavaScript is all just one thread, right? And a future or a promise is basically saying, just put this on a queue to do sometime later, either triggered by some event or some time or whatnot. Yeah. Yep. Because that's how Windows did it in the Win32 API. Exactly. There was only one thread, so you'd simulate multi-threading by just having events push things into a queue, and then the one thread would handle them all sequentially. Gets rid of the mutex. You don't need it anymore. Okay, I haven't been walking around. I need to only recapture the data from when we're walking around, so I'll just say the last 10 seconds of the run. We'll just make sure I won't walk around for about 10 seconds, and then we'll capture that data. Hey there. How do you say your name? Murdagun? How are you doing? Let me say that that's good enough, and let me wave hi to Murdagun. Hi. All right. This will capture some data, and I'm just going to grab the last 10 seconds of it or so. That's probably good enough. And then we're going to look at the call tree, reduce this, and we're comparing. That's the version 2. Here's the version 3. Triggering system. And then open the triggering system. Cool. I mean, it reduced it a little bit from 4.13 down to 3.62, so we got back 0.5%. And what was it originally? 4.3. So overall, we've gained 0.7 roughly %. So it's tedious, but like if I went through all the places where we call this get components of type and replace them all, the idea is that 0.7 would multiply and we get a lot of our CPU back. And of course, this puts pressure on the numbers. Like the things that we're not optimizing now will take more time. So it used to be 10, now it's 13. I mean, there's some error in there too. To do this right, you'd collect lots of runs with different, different runs and then combine the data together. And this is mostly in our visitor, right? Yeah, it's all the time is going into the visitor. Cool. That's what I was hoping to see. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Thank you for that follow. Okay, what did I have in my notes? There was one thing in particular I was going to focus on, right? I think it was there's a get components type within the rendering system that I wanted to get rid of. Was it here? I don't see it here. Aha, get... Okay, but that's only 0.36%. We're not going to get a whole lot out of that. You know what I can do? I can go to that function and see who's calling us. So I can say view caller callee, and I can see who called us the most. This one. Movement system. Okay. So then go back to call tree and go to movement system. Okay, so 0.5. Actually, this one's a big one. 1.45. Where is that called here? Oh, yeah, this is called very frequently, actually. And this multiplies. There's an input component for everyone in the game. I guess we'll hit that one next. Yeah, this one too. I thought there was a bigger user of this, but I guess I'm wrong. Wish I could see the name. Detect new cameras. If I'm reading this right, it only takes 1% of our CPU. Maybe I'm optimizing the wrong thing today. Struggling to follow along what exactly I'm doing. I'm trying to reduce the amount of CPU that's used in the game. So these two functions are used a lot, and I think they're adding up to a lot of wasted time. So these two functions both make copies of the data that they are fetching, and the copies are not necessary. So, when I delve into these, what you'll see is ultimately there's a constructor call, which we didn't need to have. So it's like not a big chunk of overall the CPU, but it's like this adds up. Actually, if I do this in caller callee, yeah, 17% of our time is spent constructing JSON values, right? And copy, yeah. So if I removed JSON values completely and just found an alternative, we could gain upwards of 17% of our time saved. So that's what it is to do performance improvement. That's today's subject. Performance improvements, yay! So I'm just looking for easy to make changes, and I had been working on changing. Hold on, how do I show this better? It used to say get components of type trigger. Now it's with components of type trigger. This is better because it doesn't actually make a copy at this point. It's just iterating through the in place. It just looks a little bit clumsier because this code doesn't have direct access to components. It has to call components, a method of components. And so to avoid a copy, we have to tell components what to do with each trigger. And the what to do part is this function object. So instead of, it's sort of turning it inside out. Rather than getting the collection of triggers and then doing something with it, we're saying, hey, component system, go into your triggers and do this for each one. And that saves us a little bit of time. Only it's like each one of these instances is maybe shaving off a percent or less. I'm just hoping that if I shave off enough, it adds up to something significant. Yeah, let me go. other. Most of the time it's from copying. And where are we copying from? Oh, it's recursive. That's right, because JSON objects contain other JSON values, so it gets recursive. Yeah, get entity component of type. It's used in a lot of places. And this is the top hitter, right? Movement system. That's what I was looking at. If we can get the movement system to not use... that's the wrong one. And now I'm lost. I can't go back with this thing, can I? Problem is I can't see all of these. No, I'm lost. Oh, well. Yeah. Go there. Sorry. Collar tree. It was this one, right? Yeah. The movement system. Okay, it's not the first one. It's the second one, right? This ECS feedback is another thing I could work on. But yeah, I could gain back 1.45% of the time just having movement system not call it. So I think that's what we'll do next. Thank you for that follow, by the way. So here we go. The movement system uses 4.71% of the CPU, and 1.45% is going just to that function, and we can hopefully reduce that down to next to 0. So we should see that it goes down to 3%, 3.3% or something. Let's go do that. And I guess we're accepting this change, right? So we're removing the old code. There's actually code there. I just have it shrunk so that we don't have to. I can show it better. Okay, movement system. Movement system. I think it's this one, right? Is that the only? Yeah, so that's it. So we're going to use the same pattern here where we do it with components of type. I only want the top ones here. Right there. And then it's some code, and then it's in. Right, so it's entity, and then in, and then drop these, and then that's the body of the function. So I've just converted it, and now it's just a matter of turning the continues into returns, and then getting the right capture list. Let's just assume we don't know what we need to capture. It's very difficult. Your mind went blank. You mean me inverting the logic here, or the code, or do you mean the game that I'm working on? Yeah, the game is not running right now. I should just run it while... Yeah, I keep telling myself this. I'll run it while I'm working so that I can jump and show it to you if I need to. I do have the production window open though too, right? I can just show it from there. There we go. Here's the game I'm working on. This is the game master point of view. And here's some monsters walking around in it. And you could go fight these guys now if you wanted to. There's not much game content yet because I'm still building the engine. But it's multiple pieces. The front end of the game, JavaScript, back end C++ with some Lua scripting. And connection between them is WebSockets. That's essentially it. It's inspired by the old Ultima games, so it's simple graphics, 2D, tiles, that kind of thing. And today I'm working on improving the performance of some of the game systems, and mostly because something break here? Or am I just in a weird corner where I can't see things right? I think I'm just in a weird corner. Yeah, so I had been working on game systems to show this kind of effect where you're in a dark area, but there are lights that are lighting up certain areas. And as you walk around the illuminated areas, things pop into view if you go around the corner like that. And because of the extra time it takes to compute these things, it was slowing down the server. So I'm like, I should take a day to do some performance improvements. That's what I'm doing. All right, so I had made that change, but I didn't recompile, right? Build solution. Oh, I've got a compiler error. Line 100. Oh, yeah, because we don't yet know what we need to capture, and I forgot. These continues become returns, because that's how it works. Because the loop is now inside of this function, and this is what the body of the loop. So the body of the loop will return, going back up to the top of the loop, in a sense. Okay, I think most things I can capture with this in components. And that needs to be by a reference. The type of that is const, right? Yep. Game time needs to be captured as well. Game time. So again, this is how in C++ you do a function object or an anonymous function, also called a lambda expression. This is the argument list of the function. Here's the body. And this is in essence, the member variables of an anonymous object that holds the state of the function or the closure of the function. That's what it is. Why you decided to make shadow area a feature on the server side rather than the client side? Mostly because I didn't want people to cheat, but that is one thing I'm prepared to do if the performance gets too difficult to handle on the server side, is you would just give the client all of this information and then let, hopefully they don't cheat, and let the client do the shadowing. Hey there, Fwiller. How are you doing? And that's exactly what Red Rampage Crumpet said. It's almost like we're the same person. How do you know we're not? Okay. This should build now, right? Build. Yeah, we're working on improving the performance of things right now. Mostly the performance improvements I'm trying to make are avoiding copying data. That's a big thing. Okay, so that built. Now my procedure is update the staging area, install, then start the performance profiler to give that server a head start so it becomes the leader. And then run serve again to start the follower servers, 11 and 12. Make sure that 10 becomes the leader, and then we start playing. Yeah, 10 is the leader right there. So we can continue. And we're just collecting metrics right now, so I'm just wandering around for maybe 10 to 20 seconds, and we'll look at the numbers. Impact made by cheating is not big. If they see the position of the monsters, or possible to see the other player cheaters or percentage. Yeah, that's true. You have a good point there. I'm totally prepared to move the logic to the client side. It would just be translating it from C++ to JavaScript. Most of the work has been in making the lighting shadow system in the first place and then improving the performance. So anything I do right now on the server side, I could just move it to the client side like you say. I would still use the performance improvements. It still applies pretty much. So yeah, I don't close the door on that kind of thing. I just don't go through the door yet, if that makes any sense. Okay, we probably collected enough data. Yeah, so one thing about my programming that might be different from others is I'm not trying to make the game in one pass because I don't know actually how I want to make it, what's the best way. So I'm doing it in an iterative fashion. So I might do the lighting and shadowing on the server and then later decide, oh, well, it's better to do on the client side. And because I'm doing this iteratively, like, you know, changing the code when I learn more things, it's not like I make the entire game and then have to redo everything when I decide I need to do something differently. Okay, here's the output. And we're going to do this section where I'm actually moving around in the game. We're going to look at the call tree. I want to kind of put it side by side with this call tree. We want to look at the movement system. Before and after, right? So, movement system before or after, and movement system before. Let's try to line these up. Oh, that's weird. The total went up, but I think that's just error in the numbers, right? I want to see the ratio of the time we spent between ECS feedback and this get components of type. So where is ECS feedback? That's buried in here, right? Here. 2% versus it would be the rest of the stuff, right? Well, it's hard to see. The thing is, there's no equivalent of that anymore, really. Actually, it would be the difference between these two numbers. So it's now wow, it's not even 0.1%, it's 0.05% versus this one was 0.54. So let's knock that number down too. I can, so let's do it. That's this one and this one, right? Actually, there are 3 of them. And why am I getting the position? I'm using it to get the old position. Am I using that? I am. Okay. So I'm using it to get the position. Oh, also to see what zone it was in. All right. I did this before, so let me put a marker there and go back to where I did it before. Is that where I did it? Or did I lose that already? Oh, these are all old markers I don't need. This it? No. Even if it's just a small percentage, cheaters are annoying to have in your game. It can be used as last resort. If you can, yeah, that's what I'm hoping to keep it as last resort. Don't need that. Okay, I lost the bookmark. I guess I can just search for with entity. Actually, why am I doing that? I can just do it this way. Components. I can't spell today. I'm slipping on my keyboard. And then go look for with entity component of type. There we go. Trigger system. Here it was. I wonder if I can make a helper that just does that. Because I'm probably using that in a lot of places. Basically, get the elements of a position out. Yeah, what if I just do that? So basically make this into a helper function that we can put here somewhere. Where exactly? Like around here somewhere. Where? It's not part of any system. Oh, this is inside of this impl. Okay, that's why I'm like confused. This one I wanted to look at. I'm looking for like a similar function that it's a function that's similar to it. I don't see it. It's script. Okay. I don't know. I guess I could put it here. So it's really fetching a bunch of things, right? So what if I invent a new type called position? Well, I already have something called position, dang it. How about position component? Yeah, so you guys are right. It's a trade-off, right? There are lots of trade-offs in life, and this is just another one of them. It's what do I find? What am I willing to pay more? Server computing server cost or a loss of revenue from people being annoyed at the game or the game not being as enjoyable because of cheaters, right? So it's a trade-off. I can make a gamble and say most people won't cheat, and so I can save on server costs. Or I can be more conservative and say, yeah, if people are going to want to cheat, I'll pay more of in server costs, and then people will like the game because they can't. No one else can cheat. We'll call this get position component int entity, and then I'll put it near this one, and it'll go here. Auto components get position component int entity position component, but it has this body here. And this is going to, I want to put into the type that I'm going to invent. So struct position component. Like that. And I suppose we'll just break these all out. Document them later. What do I do about that? How about we call it valid? I just hate that VS Code does not have back-forward navigation buttons, and the source code tree is not on the right. Never thought about that. There's probably a way, an extension or something to change that, isn't there? I guess I don't let it get to me too much. You know, I'm just going to keep them like that until I document them later. And I think I'll keep that there for now, and I'll do documentation later. I feel like just getting this done. So yeah, it would just be this, and then we remove that, and then we're going to get one. Let's just call it component. So that by reference, return it. And this is just that. This is entity. And then this is component valid. Oh, I have too many things called component. Okay. Let's say component JSON, right here. So really it's just decoding a JSON value. So when I go to full-on data structures and get rid of JSON, this would go away, and we would really just be returning it directly from the database. How come this is giving me a problem, though? It's incompatible. Why? Oh, because it's not const? What? Still incompatible. That should be const. What's the deal here? Oh, just IntelliSense having a problem. Okay, so now that that's buttoned up there, let me try to use it in the movement system. So this would just be const auto pos equals components dot that entity. And then this becomes if not pos valid. And then everywhere where I use pos, so it's just that's pos.x, pos.y, pos.zone, and that's pos.default zone. That's it, right? So I have also this for player and NPC. Do I want to do these now or see if I get a performance benefit? I think I at least want to do this one. So where is player used? It's used all over the damn place, isn't it? They just make the similar kinds of functions here. I don't want to get into the trap of just making a different kind of copy, though. Hmm. The alternative is to just, it's going to be a lot of nesting. I think I know what I want to do. I will, instead of having an entity, okay, I think I'm going to move some of the code around. So instead of calling this here, I'll just do this part. And I actually only need this then. Yeah. So I don't need the valid. And this will be parse position component. It's const JSON value component JSON. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do instead. So then that's auto yields that. So it's just this part of it then. And not even that much of it, just that. And I need the scope in front. There we go. You're back. You're back. Welcome back. All right, and then just gonna have the same thing here. What does movement system need from a player? He needs to know if it's got a dialogue. This is the death dialogue, isn't it? Oh no, this is to see if they're in a dialogue. Okay, we can start with that. Has dialogue. False. We should initialize all of these things actually. And then what else do I need from the player? Hit points. What else? Nothing yet. Is dead. All right. Okay, so turning this around, it would be components with entity component of type, player, entity, capture, and then again with this only. I guess we're gonna get the entity back out. That's fine. Actually, I guess we didn't really need to send the entity since we already knew it. I can fix that later. But this is gonna be pause. And then this just gets nested a bit. Like that. Yeah, it's gonna nest quite horribly. So of all inputs, get the player, and with that, yeah, did I do that wrong? No, that's position. That was supposed to be position, wasn't it? and then get the player, right? Right, so it's yet another level of nesting. Player. Player. And then at this level, we only need to check this. And 2 more levels. Oops, what did I do wrong there? Oh, because we haven't captured. And we'll also want to capture in. And this will want to capture this, components, in, and position. Can you elaborate a little bit on such extensive use of lambdas? Why not define all these as classic functions? Because that would that'd be more work. Right now, I'm just doing it in place. But yeah, you're right. I probably want to break these out into functions. Well, that's the trade-off, right? Is if we start doing functional programming, it forces you to split your code into functions, and then the call flow is not as obvious, but it's going to be better performance. So, yeah. I like that one. What does he say? What is you can? Oh, that's the other ability. I'll give you a point for that. That's a great one. Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to deal with for a bit. That's what I was debating in my head. I'm like, do I want to do this or make copies of data again? So this is avoiding making copies. This is basically each level is successively giving us access to more data. And then we're pulling out the things we need from the various other things. Okay, we need game time. Grab game time too. Fine. With JavaScript, you don't need to do these captures a lot of the time because they're automatic. I could do automatic captures here too. You know, why don't I make them auto capture? It's I forget how to do that though. I'll have to look it up. C++ auto lambda auto capture. What's capture default? Bing, that's right. There we go. I want everything by reference, yes. So I just want that, right? That's a little bit better. And I'm only doing it because these functions are not kept around beyond their scopes. So I could actually I can get rid of the indentation, just like sometimes people do when they write this stuff in JavaScript. I could just on purpose just do that, right? Knowing that we're really just doing one thing after another. We're just doing it in a way that the syntax requires it to be scoped. Oh, and I changed that I didn't put that back the way it was. Oh, shoot. We'll use the lens to find it. This right here goes here. And this is why. And then these 2 lines go down here. There we go. Yeah, like I said, I tried to block it, and then it got unblocked one day, and I said, that's enough. Like, they changed their DOM, and so it was no longer getting blocked. I guess the other reason would be the same as Adam, that I could start getting those sweet, sweet Bing rewards, or Microsoft points, or whatever you call it. I don't know, does DuckDuckGo give you sweet loyalty points for using it? Okay, I don't need this anymore. Build. Now, why is that rebuilding everything? Is that because I touched the header file? I actually didn't even need to use that. So, let's say build, cancel. I don't actually need these. I decided not to do that. Actually decided not to do any of this, right? Yeah, I decided against doing all this stuff. Build. Why did I not choose DuckDuckGo? Because, I guess because I was influenced by Adam using Bing. And I already knew about Bing. I don't really know much about DuckDuckGo. You'd probably go with it? I just don't know it very well. I don't have a really good reason. A lot of the times, the reasons for me doing things are I see someone else do it, and I respect them, and I'm like, okay, I'll just do what they do. Isn't that human nature? You see someone you respect, and they're doing it one way, you're like, okay, I'll do it that way too. Works for them. I'll try it out. Okay, works well enough for me. Aping? Is that a verb? To copy, to ape? Like what apes do? Mirroring? Yeah. You were forced to sign up to Twitch. I'm sorry that you were forced to sign up Twitch. Just a chat, huh? What a shame. You just got stunned into oblivion. What are you playing? You're playing like one of the Final Fantasy games, right, Raimi? In World of Warcraft, they call that being stun locked. You are stun locked. Building. I just love waiting for the compiler to build. Let me tell you how much I love it. Doing billions of calculations per second, and yet it still takes many, many seconds. Optimizing. Yeah, I know. I think you have a good strategy too. You're not binge playing it, you're playing a little bit at a time. That's like the best way, I think. Yeah, exactly. A rogue stun locking him. Alright, we're done. Update, serve once, then analyze, performance profiler, go. Start the rest of the cluster, and after a second, start it. Yep, okay. And then waiting for this to connect. Level 33 in Final Fantasy 14. I have no idea what how the levels are in that game. Well, the good news is I didn't break the movement system. I would know because I would be trying to move and it wouldn't work. It's very like this test area is very weird. But this is on purpose. So one way I could really screw with players is to have it where there's no lights, where you can only see like one square away, and then have teleporters where you just randomly teleported around and you really don't notice because the destination would look too close like the where you started at. All sorts of fun I can have with players when I use this. Okay, that's probably enough, right? So stop and then looking at the numbers. Grab this region and call tree and put it to the right. Can I do that? Not letting me. Well, that's weird. It's off by one. Is that a bug? And now I don't know which session's which. I guess we'll look by time. It's 12. Yeah, so this is the correct session. Which session's this? Okay, that needs... Whoa, it's off by 1. That's so weird. This goes... Wow, look at that. It's like off by 1. How did I do that? But the timestamps show it. This is the latest one. Okay, cool. Bugs. Software. All software's got bugs in it. All right, movement system. Now consists of this. Right, so you can see the overhead adds up to about 0.5%. What was it before? 2.28%. So I got a fair chunk of time back, didn't I? So there's still some overhead. The overhead is effectively the difference between this one and this one, right? So 0.42. It used to be 2.28. So we got a fair amount back. Yeah, so we see the percentage share of rendering system go up, right? As a result. It's sort of hard to see. Yeah, 13 to 14 because we've reduced the load from movement system. Okay, so to further trim this, I'd have to go and use binary messages for the ECS feedback. Well, what about can move? What is this doing? Access check. Aha, so here's another thing we could shave off. There's just going to be a ton of these. I'm gonna get sick of doing it today. Maybe I should move on to something else. What's the biggest share for this? Ooh. I was looking at the wrong thing there. What was I trying to look at? Access check. That's what I was trying to look at. Oh, it's only called by one guy. Can move. He's called from 2 things. Can an NPC move and can a player move? All right, so that's insignificant. It's not. There's not a whole lot of other users of that function. Just leave it to future Ramu. Yeah. What was the reason to use JSON and serialization? The biggest reasons are that it would fit on one line in the journal. So let me show you what the journal looks like. Makes it really easy to debug the journal while it's running. Stage. We just look at the journal, right? So each one of these lines is one command to change the game, and I can sort of see what's going on. These are particle effects. These are things that are moving. So I modify component, and it's these are coordinates, so it's something moving. Probably NPCs moving around, right? So it just makes it easier. I can see this by eye without any special tool. And I guess the other reason would be I can't show it now, but I was showing before the WebSocket. Start this up again, you'll see it. There's built-in web tools in Chrome so that it parses JSON really well, so we could see it a lot more easily. That's the only reason I'm using JSON and serialization. Otherwise, I just use binary data structures. And that's what I'll move to if the stuff gets too inefficient. So yeah, it's really easy to, I can just click, where's the sprite? Here's the sprites. You just click on this and like, oh, let's look at that sprite. And here's the tile set and the tile it was in. So it makes it just super convenient to pull things apart. Here are the things in my inventory. Here are the items I have in my inventory. I have a sword, and I have money, and I have a chicken. So if I did this with binary, I'd have to have some other tool to parse it to recover this information. With JSON, it was just given to me. It was just all automatically there. Have I heard of a thing called message pack? Yeah. So that's like something in between the two alternatives I just discussed, right? Message pack. Trouble with searching with multiple words is it might not see the right thing. I think it's been suggested before. I just don't see what it was like proto buff, right? Was proto buffers. Flat buffers, proto buffers. The idea is that you have some kind of code generation that you just describe the structure you want and it would make an optimal binary representation and then also make a bunch of the code to make it viewable and stuff like that. So yeah, I've thought about that stuff. Stupidly annoying to compile to if you use C++. Yeah. So there's all sorts of ideas. I just haven't ended up doing my own built my own homegrown thing. I'll show you my version of all that stuff. I put it where something called serialization, I think. Yeah, right here. So it's kind of like ASN.1, where if you're like serializing an object, there are these type IDs. So there'll be a type ID followed by like the actual thing, and then for an integer, we first serialize the sign bit, right? Is that what I'm doing here? Where am I doing the sign bit? I can't remember how I did the sign bit, but basically we're breaking it up into bytes, and then the top bit is the what's this LSB? Okay, it's easier to look at it unsigned. There's a next byte flag. The top bit of every byte is saying that there's another byte. And so like all numbers from 0 to 250, numbers from 0 to 127 would just be one byte, and then if the top bit is set, then you get 7 bits, and then there's another byte, and then you just string them together. So it's kind of like ASN.1. Rocky the screenshot. Okay. Have a good night, Rami. Avro, huh? Yeah, I think that's least significant byte. Or least significant bits or something. But you can see what I'm doing. I'm breaking it up into 7-bit segments, and then the deserialize is just you read a byte, and the more flag it keeps getting set from the top bit, and you're shifting in 7 bits at a time. And then like a string is built off of that, so it's you first deserialize the length of the string, and then you read that many more bytes, and that's the string. So it compounds on itself just like ASN.1, only it's manually. I did it all manually. So other things out there, like I think Protobus does this. You describe it in some kind of language, and you run a tool that constructs the code for it. That basically the serialized deserialized code. And I could do that, I guess, but yeah, I might. We'll have to see. It depends on what I like doing and whether it's too difficult or what the trade-offs are. Okay, back to these numbers. It'd be cool to say that I'm done with the movement system as far as I can. Yeah, access check is using the sliver. Oh, I was gonna look around to see if there's anything else. Okay, what am I using that for? Oh, that's in can move? That's in can move, okay. Yeah, these are all negligible. I did slim that down a bit. It was more. Be cool if I could do something more in the rendering system. There's not a whole lot there, though. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to make the same changes with the visitor pattern here. How hard would it be to make ECS feedback a binary message? Then we wouldn't have to encode, transmit, decode. We would just get it. Actually, it would be a little bit difficult because the I'd have to have binary encoding for JSON values. I'd still have to do some serialization, but it could be binary though. Alright, that's more work than I'm ready to do right now. I'm actually kind of tired and hungry. Wonder if I should just end early today. Take a nap, get something to eat. That might be good for me. What about outside the systems? Would it be in this next top layer, the executor snapshot stuff? Writing JSON, yeah. So if my snapshots weren't in JSON, this would be cut down a lot too. This is okay. What's the third one? Raft. Oh, I was gonna look at this eventually. This is becoming a bigger and bigger chunk. There's some really stupid use of polling here that I could get rid of. Condition variable polling. Let me show this to you. This wait for with an RPC timeout is basically polling a condition variable, and there's just a lot of wasted time waking up and going to sleep in this thread that I could probably fix. Thank you for that follow, by the way. And I'm trying to avoid caffeine. I think I'm getting tired more lately because I've started to drink soda occasionally. Bad news. Thank you for those follows. I hope, yeah. Maybe I attack this one. This one's bad. That we're polling. And what was the reason I'm polling? I think it's because of this. I can't remember. I'll have to look at this. Okay, this is shifting to a different component of the server altogether. So let me just check in the work I have done today so far. I need to go back and document that at some point. And why is that there? Oh, that's just another version of that. I got it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Check all this in at once. I think I want to check this in separately. So we'll check that in with, this is the body of it. And we'll call that add components with entity component of type. And this is using that, right? This is cleaning up, well, not cleaning up, this is optimizing the trigger system and movement system, right? And this too, would you consider this part of it too? Sort of. Yeah, we'll bring it together. So this is performance improvements. Use this, and this one also uses the other one. This one. In trigger and movement systems to improve performance, or to prevent unnecessary copying of large amounts of ECS data. And then the rendering system. This one is do not mark positions as dirty if tiles causing the, well, if tiles being added, changed, or removed are do not block light. So it's eliminating unnecessary camera refreshes. Yeah, I like that. Cool. Okay, and then so we're gonna close all of that, and this is in the Raft consensus algorithm in its worker thread. This polling taking up 9% of our time. I wouldn't mind fixing that for good. That's here, right? Wait for work. Yep. Oh, that's why. Because we might also have there are multiple reasons for a wake up, right? Okay, see you, Crumpet. You cut way back on caffeine, it still doesn't help. You used to do 3 to 4 20-ounce bottles of Mountain Dew per day. Well, I'm glad that you stopped. That's horrible for your health. My friend was telling me for years, just drink water. Just if we just cut out the sugar, that's a huge thing. If you need caffeine, make tea instead. Salt and sugar. How much salt is in Mountain Dew? I wouldn't think that salt would be a problem. It hangs onto the water? It's been a while since I touched this code, so this is given a future. And the only reason why we're not just waiting on the future is why? Because we might want to wake up early. This is polling the future, but also waiting on this condition variable. What's that used for? Optimizations, yep. Right now, it's we shifted away from optimizations to removing unnecessary polling now. So this polling, the fact that it has a timeout, I want to remove that. I'm trying to remember why this had a poll. I'm pretty sure it had to do with doing this. Okay, ask to stop or wake up is fine. That's the condition variable, right? So if to remove polling, we would just wait on that, and we'd have to have the other things trigger that, right? Oh, I see. We're combining a future with other things. Shoot. That's why it's complicated. Because there are multiple things that might cause the worker thread to wake up. We're either asked to stop, which is a future, or there's this debugging thing where we want to wait for one loop, and so we want to kick it and make it wake up once. And then there's more, right? Let's see. But wait, there's more. This worker loop condition. Oh no, that just goes. That's what this waits for. That's what this waits for. So never mind that. Oh wait a minute, that's how we know we should signal it. Where do we signal it though? Hey, where do I? Where do I actually signal it? Oh, right here. That's where I signal it. And then this also, right, it's these things that every once in a while we need to wake up to do these things. But we should know what the next thing is we're waiting for. So that should be the real timeout, not the RPC thing. I think that's what it was. It was to try to get this variable and this variable, the minimum of those two. So let's put bookmarks here. And then somehow get that into here. Oh, and there's a third one. Right. Right, the next timeout. In time since last request, yeah. Retransmissions, because this library was intended to be used for datagram-oriented sockets as well as connection-oriented sockets. So for datagrams, you might need to do retransmissions. So that's the third thing that we'd wake up for based off of time. So it's an election timer, heartbeat interval, and retransmission timer. So it's collecting all these timers and figuring out which one's going to happen next, and that's how long we wait for here. This is going to take more thought than I really want to do right now. It's almost like I need to have multiple threads, right? Or a timer thread that would know what the next time is, and when it arrives, it would signal this guy somehow. Could I do that with? Could I do part of this without locks too? I don't know. Can I look at that? No, most of it's going in and out of the mutex, right? Yeah. I'm having trouble thinking of a better way to do it. So it just means I'm tired and hungry. Hey there, Rita. I'm okay, except for I'm getting tired and hungry. How are you doing? And I forgot to say hi to Frankly. That's how tired I am. Or I've stopped saying hi for a while now, haven't I? I'm sorry about that, everybody. I think I might have to throw in the towel today. I do want to cut this 9% out, but I need to take a break first before I can make any progress, I think. Yeah, scheduler. Yeah, instead of waiting for the minimum of these two, it should just wait for the next one. The problem is, like, what if it gets aborted? Actually, that won't happen too often, will it? The main thing is the fact that we're using locks. What if I could do it without locks somehow? The thread would just wake up and then use a lockless data structure to see, oh, what's the next thing I should be waiting for? Is it due now? Okay, then do it. And if like it woke up and it finds that, oh, it didn't need to wake up, it could just go back to sleep and then there's no lock involved. Do I have lockless data structures in my project? I wrote them, but I don't remember if I pulled them in. Where would that be? Data structures? I don't think I have them. But I put them in my GitHub, didn't I? Go look. GitHub. Sure, we can go there. That's me. Okay, do I have data structures? Maybe I don't. So I can find it. Nope. Then maybe I could pull them in now. I had them where? Some really old code. Some projects before I was streaming. Let's go look at them. They would have been here. Old code. Data structures, right? Data disintegrator. Okay, did I not call it data structures? Maybe it's here, I just don't have it under the right name. Not system abstractions. Okay, I'm just gonna look for the word lockless. I don't know if that was part of the name or not, though. It's here somewhere. Async data? Aha! It's async data. Do I have it here? No. And I was looking for data in the GitHub or so, and it didn't show up, right? Let's go back here. Async data. Nope. I guess I can do that today. That won't require much brain power. Just putting this in up into open source. So I had 3. Oh, that's funny. I never wrote the test for this one. I didn't write the test for these either. Oh, they're not even ready to put into GitHub. I don't even have tests for it. Yeah, look at that. Needs documentation. I was terrible back then, back in 2018. I believe this dispatcher was just a generic, like, it runs a thread and you just post a function to it. So this is like the job queue idea. Yeah, TDD is its finest. Okay, see you playing with Skizzers. So this is just a generic, like, I'll run a thread for you, you just give me things to do. And then multi-producer, multi-consumer stack. This was a lockless structure where you can add, is empty, remove, and these do it all without locks. It uses atomic for the top pointer, and that's it. Right, so it leverages compare, exchange weak. A lot of the lockless data structures out there do this, where they will leverage the built-in atomics, and compare exchange weak is a nice one. Where it looks like there's a loop, but usually like 99.9% of the time you the condition's false, and so you drop right through. But like when there's a collision between 2 threads on that thing, then it would be true, and then you'd have to loop back and check again. So that's the stack, and then there's multi-producer single. This is what I was going to use for a queue, right? Based on an algorithm described here. Lockless, a lock-free algorithm. So there's an add, is empty, and remove, and that's it. And it's a template, so you can use it for whatever type you want. Yeah, got to do it sometime. Might as well do it now. I will. Where is this? This would be described in my main. It's probably not even checked in, or it's in Bitbucket somewhere. Async. Oh, it's in Bitbucket. Okay. So then I can go there and push it to GitHub. And, well, or should I add a README first? Can I cross VS Code instances? Can I take, like, is this a good README? It's a good one. Can I take these and just paste them here? Did that do the right thing? It gave me 2 copies for some reason. Oh, wait a minute. There already was a README. Okay, my bad. So I don't need these. Okay, so yeah, I already had that. I don't remember writing any of this. So I wrote this, but I never went back into the code to write it there. Alright, well, just push it. It's already licensed correctly, so let's go do it. This project async data git remote add GitHub. Git at github.com. Wait, 3x4 async data. Then I gotta go off screen because I'm paranoid and hit new repository. Async data. Public create repository, fine. Okay, and then I can do git push GitHub master. Cool. Then I can go back over to here and pull it. A clone. Why am I typing it when I can just do this? Because I don't know how to do that. It's right click, isn't it? Right click. Yep. And then mugget add async data. Check that in. Add async data repository. Commit. And then I don't need this one anymore. And then here, it's magically, poof, it's here. Let's pull it into the build system. How come I'm not seeing it? Here it is. Async data. And then build. It has tests, but the tests don't do anything. Should probably fix that, right? Maybe I didn't write tests because I wasn't sure how to write tests to simulate the different conditions. So like, how do you arrange to test something that's solving a thread safety issue? You'd have to simulate threads somehow. That's probably, I probably got intimidated trying to write those tests. Maybe I just make sure that they functionally work. Let's make sure that they show up here. So the whole reason I'm going into this like little detour of doing async data is the thought came to my mind while I was looking at the performance here, in that like if the most expensive thing here is waiting on a mutex, it's not that the thread is not scheduled to run. It's scheduled to run, and it actually runs for 9.3% of our time. But all it's doing here is checking a condition. So I'm gonna guess that it's in the mutex. It's constantly locking and unlocking the mutex, and that's the time. So that gamble, if I'm right, then if I remove the locks and I just use something, either a queue or a queue and this dispatcher thing combined, it would I could re-implement this thing but without locks, and then maybe that would save me a lot of the time. But I don't think I'm gonna get that today. Instead, I think I'm just going to clean up this project, and since it's in my GitHub, it's available to everybody. I just need to update stuff. Let's just copy from here. Actually, I also want to wrap these like that. Yeah. This, is that right? It doesn't depend on anything else? It does not. Nice. Has no dependencies. It's the best kind of module. Like the to-do add description in the code. It's bad. Shouldn't do that. Might as well clean this up already, right? Pragma once. Update the copyright to say that we're working on it this year, and then remove this blank at the end. Okay, and then say, this class operates a worker thread which executes jobs. A job, because this is a function to be called by the worker thread, and a mechanism through which the thread, another thread can poll. Oh, I should just hit Control Q all along. Poll or wait for the function call to be completed and obtain the return value, if any. Now, do I still need all of this now that I know more about C++ 11? Because async, standard async does this too, right? I don't know, I might not end up using this one, but I should at least document it. Do I need this junk? Why do I have a mutex there? That I probably don't need anymore. Yeah, because it's using its own lockless structure, so why the heck am I using a mutex? I'm using a mutex, I don't know why. Why am I using a mutex? Is it because of this stop thing? I could just be using a future. Is that the only reason? And the condition variable, I guess. Because we gotta wait. That's probably, yeah, there's no way around that, right? Or is there? Could I just have a loop waiting on a future and then make a new future every time? What would be more expensive, making a new future or using a condition variable? I can't think clearly right now. Maybe I'll just move on. Just document it. Do I need a constructor? Yes. Right, okay. Lifecycle manager, yep, okay. I know, we're fixing that. To do. Okay, why do I have this done mutex? I'm pretty sure this is because I didn't know about futures. How come that's not compiling now? I think VS Code is just confused. Yeah, all right. All right, I think I understand what this is now. This is an entry in the dispatcher's queue representing some kind of work to do, and the objects used to coordinate with the, I don't know, with the client of the work. This is the function to call to in order to perform the requested work. Requested has waiter. Right, because why? When is has waiter ever true? What? What? When it's never set to true. So is this dead code? I think this was when I had this is a post, but there I think I meant to have another function called send, where you put it in the queue and then you wait for it to be done. And I never ended up doing that. I hesitate to change the code anymore. Let's just see how it's used. If it's true. Right, so wake something up, and I bet you that nothing is ever waiting on that. Yeah. So nothing's waiting on it, but if something was, we would be waking it up there. Okay. If the client, or this is set to true, the client is waiting for the work to be completed. If the client is waiting for, well, actually, that's not exactly true, is it? That actually is. That goes with the condition variable. If the client is waiting for work to be completed, this is used to coordinate waking up the client. This is signaled, notified, in order to wake up the client. And done is the same reason, right? Is done ever not? I don't even know why I have that done flag. Why do I even bother with this? It's completely redundant. But I'm forcing myself to just document right now. If the client is waiting for the work to be completed, this is set once the work is done or completed. Because it's only if it has a waiter, right? Yeah, okay. At least we're getting rid of all the to-dos. To-do, so does stop get called automatically on the destructor? Yes. And what does it do? It joins the worker thread. Okay. So immediately cancel all queued work that has not yet been started, and cancel and drop. Wait for any work in progress to be completed, and join the worker thread. Post, add a function to the queue of the dispatcher to be called from the dispatcher's worker thread once all previously queued tasks have been completed. No more to-dos. Yay! Whoops. Let's see if there are any to-dos here. Yes, there are. Right, I was doing this to prevent unnecessary memory allocation. Right, and then we don't really have to use a lock. The only reason I'm using a lock here is because we need it for waiting. In fact, I unlock it, and I don't need it after waiting. Okay. So we can say this is used to coordinate between waking up the worker thread and having the worker thread wait for the queue not to be empty. Really, I should replace that with the future, right? And I would like make well, I don't know. I had to think about it. My brain is slow right now. This is used to wake up the worker thread once the job queue is no longer empty. Actually, also, we probably use it when we stop. Yeah, also when we stop. Or the worker thread is told to stop. Stop. This is set when the worker thread is told to stop. Told to exit. I don't want to use the word stop. Okay. This is the worker thread which calls all queued job functions. All right. This holds previously used task wrappers so that the burden on the dynamic memory allocation system is reduced at the expense of that we actually, the memory usage never goes down. It only goes up if we have a lot of tasks that haven't been done yet. I guess it could be more sophisticated, and if like we see that they're not being used, we can just deallocate them at some point. This is the queue of tasks that have yet to be performed. All right, any more to-dos? Nope. Good. That I need to do, obviously. Moving on here, though. Pragma once. Update the date. And steal from the README. We're doing the stack, right? This implements a stack of arbitrary items where it's safe to push onto and pull items off the stack from different threads without the use of locking mechanisms such as mutexes. This holds one item on the stack. This provides storage for the item. This points to the next item on the stack. Well, the next item downward, or I don't know, actually, next is probably fine, right? People know what next means. All right. Push the given item onto the stack. This is the item to push onto the stack. All right, and then, oh, actually, why did I copy that? I don't know. Return an indication of whether or not the stack is empty. Feel obligated to write these even though they're obvious. Pop the item on the top of the stack off. Is there a better way to say that? Pop the item on the top of the stack. It's probably good enough, right? And this is an output parameter. Item. This is where to store the item popped off the stack. Return an indication of whether or not an item was popped off the stack is returned. This will be false if the stack was empty before the call, or if another thread beats us to it. All right, and this points to the top of the stack. All right. Whew. Why didn't I write this like years ago? I don't know. And there's no source because it's header only. And then one more. And then I think I'll call it. So this is pragma once. I'll end up using this soon. It's just I need a break. So does that match this readme? We could say that. Oh, there's a typo. This implements a unidirectional queue of arbitrary items where it's safe to push items onto the tail of the queue from different threads and pop items off the head of the queue from a single thread without the use of locking mechanisms such as mutex. It's based on this algorithm. Oh, look, it's all... I actually documented this much. Why didn't I get the text from here in there at the time? Yeah, it's almost time anyway. I felt bad ending early, so I thought I'll just pick something that I know I'm going to need that doesn't require a whole lot of brain power, and that's pulling this out and wiping the dust off of it. Maybe I can just make some unit tests to correct the mistake of not having them before. So what are the APIs? It's just post, right? There's also stop, but that's sort of built in. We could have a post followed by a stop, which should remove it if it hasn't been done, right? Thank you for that follow, by the way. Yeah, what does stop do if something's in the queue? It won't do it. It'll just drop it, right? Actually, it will never leave the queue. I don't think we actually clear the queue, do we? This task to be done. It will never get removed. Well, it will. Why do I even have a stop? That's a synchronization point, obviously. It's going to join, but it won't have been done. Okay, so we can make a test for that. So we'll have a test for post and a test for stop. Let's think about how to do this post thing. Should probably just keep it simple and have a flag, right? I don't know, done, false, and then const auto, so this we'll need functional. Task equals, so capture done and say done equals true. And then let's also make a future that we can wait for. Standard promise void. Task done. Task called? I guess. I don't know. Task done? I'm trying to make words that don't conflict here. How about done flag? Not flask. Done flag and done promise. There we go. And then const auto done future is done promise get future. And then we'll, actually I can just do the auto capture here, right? Naming things is, I know it's hard, isn't it? This is done, let's put it out right here. Done promise set value. So this is the arrange. The act would be, oh, I need to have a queue. Dispatcher. Async data dispatcher. No suggestions? That's weird. Is that not build or something? And oh, because of that. There we go. When in doubt, compile. Act. Dispatcher. Post. Task. Assert. It would be, I guess we would... Where is the right place to wait? Maybe in the act? So done future dot wait for... Would give it some reasonable amount of time to time out. What was it? Standard chrono. milliseconds, 100 milliseconds or something like that. And then const auto done future status. All right, so expect equal standard future status ready for done future status, right? And then expect true done flag. There we go. Run. Done. Okay, and then the stop, let me set it up, but actually not do it. It gets a little bit more tricky because we want this to like wait until after we've done a dispatcher stop. And then between, we're going to want to wait for it to be started. So we'll have this be a task started promise, and then we'll have task complete promise. There we go. Okay, see you, Nui. Yeah, probably done in a few minutes. Enjoy the rest of your day. Task started. Future. And then this is going to set that. No. That. I don't. Yeah, we'll keep that flag. Oh, wait a minute. How is this gonna work? I need to stop it before it gets executed. Shoot. Oh, I will do it with two tasks. Task 1 and then task 2. And then task 1 is going to hold up the queue, so it will wait. So we will wait here. I guess here. Wait. And then this, yeah, so set it here. And I don't need to do that, do I? Oh, no. Let me make sure it never happens. So I should have... Let's have a one in the middle. Task continue. Future. So this will wait for that, and then this will set this. Okay, and then we'll post task 1 and 2. And then wait for task started future. And then call stop, and then set the continue future. So task, or promise, task continue promise set value. Then wait for the task complete future, and that should not happen. So this should be timeout, and this should be false. If I did that right. It's in an infinite loop somewhere. Let's see if I do this right. It's gonna block. Oh, I wonder if the dispatcher holds a mutex, so the post. Well, no. Oh, does this block? Oh, this blocks until we can join it. So I can't do that, can I? Shoot. Well, how the heck do I do this right in a controlled way? Because that stop is going to deadlock because it's waiting for that to happen. Actually, I think the way I designed it, yeah, this is never going. It's going to execute everything, even if it's told to stop. It keeps going until it's empty. So maybe the stop is sort of untestable, really. I am always going to erase this condition variable is what I'm going to be doing. This dispatch condition. So the moment I call post, then it could execute the task right away before we have any chance to do anything. What's up, Cthulhu? Yeah, I don't think I can. I don't know how to write a test for stop. I think I'll just leave it out. Can't do it yet, so we'll just test post. That's fine. And then these are actually not that hard to do. We just need to make one and then test that that push pop works. That one I can't do. I'm just gonna drop that one. And does this have a similar thing? Yeah, we can't test thread safety in this kind of unit test environment, can we? We just have to assume that it works. This is just going to be basic functionality testing. So how does a stack work? You would have async data that, and then you say stack. We have to give it a type, right? Like int or something. Stack add 1, stack add 2. Expect 2, or actually it's stack dot remove first and second, right? Expect 2 for first and 1 for second. There we go. How's the game looking? I took a break from the game because I'm working on something I'm going to need for the game later, but it's looking okay. I was working on performance today, and I improved it a little bit. The biggest thing was fixing a bug from Monday. And this isn't deployed into the game yet, but it will be soon, where as you move around, you can see various areas that are lit and dark areas. If you go into them, you can see a little bit around you, but not very much. And then the biggest thing I fixed lately, if I find the window for it. Oh, I need to reload the window. Put that nearby here, and then go to the lighting test area. This wasn't working before, but now it is. I can actually move that light around, and you can see it change. Also, I can draw a wall around it, like so, and it obscures the light. And then I can poke a hole back in, and it reveals itself. I can poke a hole there, and you can see through the wall there, and I can shut it again. Now it goes dark. Actually, there was a moment in time where I saw that barrier there. I shouldn't see it. I did see it. That's interesting. So there's a moment in time where I could see the wall, even though I shouldn't be able to because there's no more light on it. Should write that down. Today's notes, please. Don't need these anymore. That's just temporary notes. A bug. There's a bug where if a wall shuts off light, you can temporarily see the wall before the light vanishes. I saw it. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I did. So yeah, my brain was getting fried, so I decided I would put some touch up, like fill in some missing unit tests for this lockless data structure that I want to use. Because there's one more performance thing that I wanted to hit, and I really, my brain is fried and I can't figure it out today. But it's here where I have a worker thread that is basically spending almost 10% of the game's time just polling a condition variable with a mutex. It's super expensive. So my thought process is I really need to get rid of this mutex. The only reason I have the mutex is to coordinate waking up this thread. And I have these other components that I've been working on before that work with lockless data structures and job queues, and maybe I could use that. So I'm pulling that in maybe to use later. I have a YouTube channel, but it's mostly just for my past broadcasts. I also have a recap series, and I'm overdue for making the August recap, but there's like May, June, and July. You can see the progress in the game over those months. I started making the recap videos once the game went live, and the game is live now. You can play it, but I'm still working on the engine, so what's in the game is mostly just test stuff. All right. Oh, let's run it. Pass, yay. Okay, so I want to do the same thing for Q. In fact, I'm going to take this and just expect a Q works differently. Q is, it's not add, it's still remove. Why is it? What does it remove if there's nothing in the queue? Okay. Hold on. What is the initial condition, though? Oh. There's a default item at the front? Is that how it works? So let's say we haven't pushed anything in. It'll still be pointing to a default one. What's next when it's in the default state? It's null. So it'll be null. Wait a minute, how does this work? Oh, right, you're not supposed to call it. It's only one thread. It's supposed to call isEmpty first, and I don't have a guard against that. Okay, so, yeah, so it's, yeah, that goes there. Or we can just say first equals, second equals, and then say something like here, we'll just intersperse it, false. It's not stack, is it? Let's rename it. Let's rename it to Q. It's not empty, it's not empty. Actually, we can disperse it in here, right? It's empty at first. Then it's not empty, not empty, not empty, empty again. And it's a queue, so first in, first out. And then while I'm at it, let me go back to the other one because I forgot to do the checks for empty. Queue begins empty and then is no longer empty. And then becomes empty again. Or stack. Cool. And just for kicks, let me search for to do, and I shouldn't see anything in async data. Still some stuff here and there, mostly in system abstractions I never got to. But this is good and clean, so let me check that in and then I'll end my stream and recover my brain, which is like feeling like mush right now. Okay, yeah, this is in the main repo, so this is include async data in the build. So that pulls in the unit tests. But all the main work was in that async data repository. So I updated cleaned up the README, cleaned up the header guards, updated the copyrights. Oh, did I get the copyright in the code too? No. Blink. And that, all right, just fill in the, okay, so clean up README and fill in missing documentation and tests. I remove the, there's special tests I had to remove because I don't know how to do them. Remove the thread safety test placeholders. Since there's no way yet known by me, maybe by someone else, but not by me, to actually test this reliably. because we don't want to depend on random events like the timing of two different threads. So I think I would need to like completely, what do you call it? Shim or mock the entire thread system to test it reliably, and that I think would be overkill. But I guess we could do it. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I can't think when I'm tired right now. And I hit commit without staging everything else. Commit. So the good news is that was now that these components like async data are open source. So that's in my GitHub if you ever wanted to get to them. They are here. Thank you for that follow, by the way. All right. I would like to recover my brain and attack this one. I don't know if I'll do it on stream or not. Maybe I'll think about how I would do it, and if I can think of a way, I'll actually wait for next stream to do it. If I can't think of a way, I'll think of something else to do tomorrow. That's what I'm stuck on right now. And should I just leave this picture of the game up for now? Actually, I'll sit over here. You can see the little particle effects and the monsters wandering around while I go pick someone else to raid. Line 1511? What was there? Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah. This is the monster in bug that I need to solve. Is why is it taking 9.3% of the CPU just waiting on a condition variable? We'll tackle that next time, I think. I think it's just because it's waiting, waking up and sleeping constantly, and the overhead of using this lock, which is based off of a mutex, is just very expensive. So that's the whole reason why I was working on bringing this project into the solution, because it has these lockless data structures that I could leverage, and maybe even this dispatcher to more formalize the thread and like synchronize the things that the thread does so that it doesn't. I don't need a lock. You really enjoyed it? Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. We'll leave you with another game dev. Let's see who I know of. Oh, here's someone. But oh, he's not working on game dev today. He's playing a game. Who else? Pick someone who's actually doing game dev. Oh, I haven't rated recently. This is narrowing it down significantly. Maybe Spherus. Let's see. Spherus is still going. Oh, she just started 24 minutes ago. This is perfect. Okay, I'm gonna rate Spherus. Spherus is a Unity game developer working on a variety of things in her game, either the modeling or the game systems or the particle effects, shaders, you name it. So she's a pretty good artist and a Unity developer, so hope you enjoy. Nice to know that you're sharing some of the abstracted code for others to use. Yeah, try to do that. Like, if you look in my GitHub, you'll find like I'm hand-coded base 64, base 32, a lot of the hash functions you may or may not know of, the HMAC, PBKDF2, and the hash functions themselves. That was fun to do. My implementation of web browsers, deflate, inflate, requests, responses, client servers, all that stuff is in my GitHub. The Git link? Oh, I sent it before, but if you didn't see it, here it is again. But yeah, I gotta go now, so I'm going to raid Spherus. And I will be back tomorrow. All right, I hit the button. We all set to raid? Okay. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Bye.